I've got that microphone on. I hope that works. And she is Icelandic. Oh, wow. Sophie, congratulations. And since Piggy just sent me something special here for you, I will bring it up and see if we can do that. So I'm not sure how well that's going to work. It's going to be hard to read on here. I hope you got a big screen, and hopefully this will show up okay. There you go. And Sophie, that's for you. So, on the birth of your granddaughter, and it says, what is it? Lovely little granddaughter, a bundle of love for you, a celebration in your family, loving a dream come true. So, congratulations there, Sophie, and that is a wonderful number 7, eh? You got a whole herd of rugrats gonna have running around there. And of course the first word that you're gonna teach that little one is Eyjafjallajökull. Remember that, Sophie. Eyjafjallajökull. That's the first word that should come out of that little one's mouth, and that'll be awesome. A bit of fun there, and congratulations, Sophie, to you. We'll get that back off the screen. Juliet, her name is Eyjafjallajökull. I'm kidding. I have no idea what her name is. Oh, I'll leave it as that. Oh, okay. Roping, what? Okay, a rope holding my bed together until morning. Okay, Piggy. And that is all awesome. And hopefully everything will be okay with your bed. What's going on there? How come too much jumping up and down on that bed? Huh? Last couple of weeks I've been playing with the idea of rebuilding my trailer into a camper and taking a world tour. Thor, actually I was thinking of just exactly that a little while ago here, that maybe what you should be doing is going on tour somewhere, and if you can convince the wife or whatever and drag her along and go see the sights. That's almost like truck driving, isn't it? The only difference is the only load that you need to load and unload is yourself to enjoy it. So anyway, let's get at things. First person in today is Adele, 51. So Adele gets the cookies. Congratulations, Adele. And like you said, right place, right time. Congratulations, Adele. And that is all good. And we were playing, you're roughhousing, Piggy, roughhousing, jumping on the bed. That happens. Anyway, let's start out with what we've got going on here. What do we got going on? Well, first off, I showed the secret volcano for those who didn't see it earlier. I know it's going to be a tough one. I hope somebody will guess it, but I'm sure somebody will go along and Google it and figure it out. But what? John Raper says, congratulations. Wow. Oh, hang on. Oh boy, I'm having a dyslexia moments. Hard to read that. Anyway, well, let's see. What do we got volcano news-wise? I'm trying to think of what we got. So first off, big shaker in Papua New Guinea. It was started out as a 7.3. on some of the other maps, USGS and so on, and it has been downgraded to a 7.0. But that is in Papua New Guinea, so still 7.0 is nothing that you want to experience. Heck of a big shake. Hey, Grandma B throws in 1 gift membership. That is awesome. And congratulations, Sophie got it. Wow, Grandma B, good shot. Grandma B, and gifted 1, and Sophie got it. So way to go, Sophie. That's your lucky day. So that is awesome. No, tied it to the frame. Okay, so cool. Anyway, yeah, that was the biggest news on the plate. As far as everything else, it's, I guess, kind of the way it is. The world is plucking away and doing its thing. We did have a 5.5 in the China Sea. We did have also a quake off of the western coast of Vancouver Island. A 4.6, not that big, but still it happens. So that is something that is of interest. As far as eruptive volcanoes, we didn't see anything too magical. Popocatépetl, of course, was popping during the night. Did manage to capture 3 of its eruptions. One of them was fairly big, around 23, just I think 11:25 or to 11:23 in the evening. A fairly large eruption. So of course it had 3 in total that I caught. I did post the video for that. I also did post that time lapse that I said I was going to make yesterday for our wonderful Semiru, and I did indeed do that. So those were posted. We can take a look at those during the stream here. Piggy, and take over Kermit's lily pad. I don't know if Kermit's gonna like that. Let's see, what else we got on the agenda? Well, not a heck of a lot. I've got the canned lava from Kilauea, from the central vent there, if you want to call it that, flowing into the southeast lava pond. Popo did some awesome puffs too. Yes, Popo's been doing its thing, definitely. So very noticeable that way. What else we got on the agenda? Not a heck of a lot. Everything else is pretty much status quo, doing its thing, and hopefully it will get interesting as the day goes by. Anyway, it is a wonderful Sunday, April the 2nd, so time is flying, and that is awesome. April 2nd of 2023, of course. And let's see, what else we got on the go here? Let's say hi to our moderators first. Arizona Snowman and Piggy, who's in the chat with her rope repaired bed. And then of course we'll have a C&D boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Joseph Fields, Texas, or Lucas Snow, amongst a few others. So welcome to the moderators. Glad you guys are here, and thank you very much for being here. And also want to say hi to everyone. April and 2 check-in sheet. Done. All right, Cookster, did you, you're late though. Did you bring your note to the office? He snores. What about me? Okay, he snores. I thought he croaks, but okay, maybe that's a combination, a thing there, a piggy. I'm not sure what the heck is going on. Oh, all right, let's keep going. What? Volcanically late again. Yeah. Cookster, I guess those trimmers just aren't getting you going, eh? Anyway, let's stop our canned lava, and we'll park that for now. I like having the power to be able to stop things. And we'll get at things. And while we're looking there at Hawaii, why don't we cover that first off? And it is still 10:06 in the morning there in Hawaii, so we'll magically. Oh, there's the magic secret volcano of the day. I know I had to really crop that shot so you guys would have a real tough time trying to guess where that is. And I'm hoping people are going to get it wrong like crazy. By the way, look at that very dark black ash-like smoke coming out of there. Huh. Hint, hint, hint. Oh, am I teasing? Oh, let's get that off the screen too. And there we go. No, that's not Krakatoa. How come that's on there? Let's get rid of that. This, of course, is Halemaumau crater in Hawaii. And we aren't seeing a heck of a lot of activity there. Smoke, bad for you. Don't smoke. And steam over here on the other side. Steam bath. And that is pretty cool. Well, I should say hi to everyone, so let's get at that. And we'll start out with the late individuals. We had Cookster Littlefield, and of course King Colin Deadman was late as well, checking in. And welcome to Philomena and Henry Nelson and Hermione and Fluffy and Alba Girl and John Raper and Perfectability 999, Brian. And let's see, Amelia, 6 Cents Amelia is in the house. Kia ora to you, Amelia. You checked in late too. Okay. Sherry Hewitt also on board. Mars 2028. Welcome. Juliet is here. Did I say Philomena already? I think I did. Kevin Williams, welcome. And let's see, who else we got that popped in here? We got Juliet, we got John, we got Cookster. Kevin Haynes is here. Welcome, Kevin. Kevin Williams is also here, so let's not confuse the two. We just need one more Kevin for a keg of Kevins. And let's see, who else we got? Adele51, of course, who got the cookies. And still scrolling up and looking for other wonderful names. I think we got most of you guys already. Everybody else is chatting. I'm sure there's a bunch of you sitting in the Lurkers Lounge that are kind of giggling as well. And Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. And who else we got? We got Philomena. We got Sophie. Sophie, of course, being a grandma for the 7th time. So that's pretty awesome. And of course, Grandma B gifted one membership, and Sophie was the one who got it, which was really awesome. And YouTube was looking out for you. Thor is also in the house. Welcome, Thor. And let's see, who else we got? Let's see, we got Adele, Philomena, yep, Sophie, we got. I'm going up the list here looking for other names that I've missed. And so far not seeing too many there. Did I say Henry Nelson? I think I did. Still going up. Sherry Hewitt, I think I got you already. And still scrolling up and trying to spot others. And right now I'm not seeing any others. Kevin, we got Hermione, we got Fluffy, we got, yep. Still scrolling upward and looking for more. Trying to see someone who didn't get their name called out as of yet. And I think I'm up as far as I can get. So that's it. I don't see anyone else on the bottom here. I think I've got most of you guys. If one fish 26 just snuck in the door. Actually, he swam in. He was looking for the right river to come up. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? Anyway, if I did miss you, I did not do it on purpose or intentionally. I like to say hello to everyone. And sometimes we do miss a few names here and there, and I do apologize if you weren't mentioned. You can always scream at me if you haven't been noticed, and I will be happy to say hi to you. And let's see, let's carry on with what we're doing here though. Looking at Hawaii, I wish I could see some palm trees, maybe off in the distance there. I don't know if there's palm trees. I feel like having palm trees today. It's 3 degrees Celsius here. We had some snow this morning again. Luckily it didn't stay around, and it was one of those situations where, you know, it started snowing. At first the snowflakes were so big I thought, what the heck, did somebody pluck a chicken up in the sky or something? And seriously, they were huge snowflakes. On occasion you'd see one coming down, and I thought that was awful big. Hey, Kananaskis Country just got in. Welcome. Anyway, the snow did stop, so I was happy about that. It is still somewhat cloudy, but the sun is poking through, so we're okay. 3C, you get your shorts out in Edmonton? No, we have to wait till at least 5 Celsius. Sky chickens were shedding. Yeah, that's what I figured there, Cookster. And that's exactly what it appeared to have been. Anyway, let's take a look at what the rest of the other shots are here from Hawaii. This one is yesterday's. Let's look at today's. There's the southeastern lava pond. That is very, very empty. Looks like somebody's pool that got drained. And of course, over on the left-hand side here, you can see that central vent and its path into there as well. So. And our navigator kind of breaking up over here. Things are breaking up more and more in here, so you know, as things get weathered, we see the edges are starting to decay, and that's nature. It's going to do that, right? So pretty awesome. This was from yesterday, so let's redo that and see. There it is. That's the B1 camera. And you can see some of the smokers and the hot spots here. And let's see, I just got looking here real quick at an email, and Billy Bob Joe in the lounge. So take it easy on Billy Bob Joe, and we acknowledge that you're there and watching. Thank you, and all the best to you. He missed it and tries to behave. What did I miss? Scream Dr. Fox for fire ice cream. What? Fur ice cream? Fur ice cream? I don't want any ice cream right now. My tummy hurts. He is making me a great grandma. Who's making you a great grandma? My first grandson is 19. Uh-oh. You're going to be a great grandma? Oh my God, Piggy. That is going to be old. Dr. Fox missed it. Trying to behave. What did I actually miss? Okay, what part did I miss? Passes and Twinkies. No, I got that part. I got the part about the grandkids. And so, all right. Oh, and July. Oh, wow. And that is awesome, Piggy. That's a, what? A snout bops and Dr. Fox. I am a young grandma. Okay, a young grandma. All right, if you say so. Oh, anyway. Yeah, looking at that photo, looks okay. We can see a Pig Island off on the other side there, and the other area that is rising up a little bit. Kind of interesting to see that. Anyway, let's go to the thermal image. I'm going to refresh that shot so we can see what it looks like. And down on the bottom here, we are still seeing that hot spot. I'm surprised that's still there. And up in the top areas, we don't see much in the southeast lava pond. The central vent is right in here somewhere. Of course, here is the western lava pond, Pig Island in there. So, kind of interesting, but nothing really happening there in Hawaii. So we'll leave that be. And I think we can possibly... well, make that smaller so we don't burn too much power. And we'll go over to Iceland. And we'll take a look and see what we can find there real quick. Iceland, of course, being pretty normal right now. And I'm very happy it's still light there. So let's get over and have a quick look. And we'll start over here at where Katla is. And unfortunately, we're not able to see Katla right there. But if we go back a few hours, we could see Katla a little bit, sort of, or clouds. Oh, I thought it was Katla. It's clouds in the way. But we do still see some snow on the hills in front of it. And we know behind there is a lot of snow still packed on there. Let's go back a little further. There we go. There you can see Katla, and that is buried underneath all that snow pile. And we are starting to see some exposed rock in those areas. We know all that rain as of late has done that. I don't know if we can see more of it further back, but let's just try a little bit here. Well, not really. I think it's kind of, we were at the best spot there. Yeah. And somewhere around here we can see some of it anyway. So Katla being under that big mountain of ice, and of course we're getting some pretty heavy quakes there. And the thing with those quakes is it's indicating ice movement. And yes, that is Katla, not Eyjafjallajökull. Sophie, behave. That's your granddaughter's name, Eyjafjallajökull. At least that's what we're going to call her from now on. And I guess the boys won't be able to tease her because they won't be able to pronounce it. Unless they're Icelandic, of course. And what a name to have, though. 3 words in one, and it's... yeah, I think that's actually a kind of a neat name if that's what you give it. Give her the nickname Eyjafjallajökull. Let's see what else we got going on. Okay, let's leave that one be. Let's put that back on live. And that is the present view right now. And we do see it is kind of raining there. We've got some water droplets on the lens, and that's what's going on. And next one, of course, is the city of Reykjavik, capital city of Iceland, and we will back up a little bit here and see what we've got earlier in the day. This is from about 11 a.m. We're very close to it, and not looking too bad at all, but definitely some clouds in the way and inhibiting our ability to see really far, unfortunately. But that's not a big deal. At least it's not snowing or anything like that, and the weather is gradually warming up there. That's back to live, and we'll make that small. Go to the next one. This is the shot of the regional airport there in Reykjavik. Of course, the capital itself is off to the right-hand side here. So that looks not bad. If we go back a bunch of hours, about 9 hours or so, and that's what it was looking like. Still hasn't turned green, mind you, but maybe the pine trees actually are starting to look a little more greenish. Maybe that's a sign of something to come. Kate, wow, welcome Kate, and thank you for throwing in that wonderful $9.99 super chat. I appreciate that, Kate. Kate, thank you very kindly. Oh, my doorbell is ringing. I gotta go answer it. Don't go away, I'll be right back, guys. Thanks. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, you guys. I kind of had to answer the door there. That was my wonderful landlord, and I had to straighten some stuff out. Anyway, yeah, he was asking about why my neighbor wasn't there. I've got no idea why, but anyway, it's all good. It's all good. So we're happy at least she paid her rent. So he kind of worries sometimes about his tenants, and you know, that's a reasonable landlord when he has a personal concern like that. So you know, when you don't see a tenant, you don't hear him, and what, a neighbor afraid of skunks? I don't know. Piggy, no, actually, I have only ever seen her once, and she's been here, what, now 4 months, and I have only ever seen her once, so that is kind of weird. She's always out and doing her thing, so it is what it is. Let's see, and what? Bill purchased and all is okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, she paid for her rent and put the rent check in the box and everything, but apparently he hasn't seen her, so he was kind of worried or concerned. Anyway, let's leave that be. Get back to this, and let's see. Who else popped in here? Real Bounty is on board. Welcome. And did anyone else pop in that I missed? I think we've got the rest of you. Okay. And let's see what else we got. Oh, Johnny is here. Johnny Gonzalez. 3 minutes to break. Thank you, Piggy. Anyway, yeah, that was our wonderful shot of our regional airport there. Putting that back on live. This is what it is live right now at Reykjavik. And let's go to the next shot. We can see this, of course, is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula. Hard to see in the distance because of all the cloud and steam and smoke and everything else. And we're doing our thing here, but if we go back up a little bit, it did look nicer about 9 hours ago, and you could actually see a little bit further. And of course you see the steam geysers geysering. No more snow on the ground, which is really nice, and you can even see the very top of our wonderful Ragnar over there. That flat top area there, that's Ragnar. You can't see the towers of, and Grindavik is right in there, so hard to see anyway, it's there. But nice to see that, the steam power plant there, geothermal power doing its thing. And that's what we got right now, so we're doing all right. Meant doing a welfare check. Not that the rent was paid with a welfare check. A welfare check, as in checking on the individual to make sure the individual is okay. We gotcha, Amelia. And that is all good. So, yeah, and actually, he's a pretty good landlord that way. I really do have to admire him. He's a nice guy that way. He does care about his tenants, and yeah, so a welfare check in the sense of checking on the whether the person is alive or not. And that is a little freaky and scary once in a while, though, because, like, I mean, you know, I've lived here, what, 8 years now, or coming on 9. And I mean, I've had other tenants living next door, and this has got to be the one that I have seen the least. Okay. And I said, well, she's been here just, I think, 4 months or 5 months. I've only seen her once. I've heard her a few times going in and out, but I've only ever seen her once. And that is a little odd, you know. And you kind of have to wonder, you know, is she a vampire or something? Goes sneaking out at night or something? I have no idea. it's interesting, but anyway, yeah, she apparently she's supposed to be working in BC somewhere, and goes out there for 2 weeks at a time or something. But you'd think when she's home, you'd at least hear her or something. But likes her privacy, maybe. Now that is very, very possible. So, okay, Mars says the only time I see my landlord is when he's got something to complain about. Actually, Mars, that's I know a lot of landlords are like that, and actually, my landlord Dennis, he is actually a very nice guy, and getting to know a person sometimes has its benefits, and I consider him a friend. He's a nice guy, so and it's always good to be on the good side. It's just like having bunny land, basically. Stuff like that. And the guy likes rabbits and things, and so you get to do a little bit more. And of course, I look after the area and keep it relatively clean and things like that. So he doesn't have a problem with those things, right? Makes you feel nice that he would check on you and the bunnies too. And yeah, actually he does care about that, and that's one of the things. Anyway, pardon me. It is a kind of a time for a break, you guys. So we had a look at Iceland. We will put you back onto some of that wonderful canned lava. And we'll leave that on there for right now. This, of course, is the central vent there at Kilauea Halemaumau crater. And we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back and take a look at our harmonic tremor charts and our earthquakes after the break. So stick around, more to come, and yeah, I do really appreciate my my landlord. He's like I say, he is a good guy. Chocolate River, yeah, it's hot chocolate though. Be very careful. Don't go away, you guys. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already, and also consider subscribing if you're sitting out on the Lurkers Lounge peeking on in. If you are enjoying the show. And I'll be back. Boy, I love the way that lava flows. Me too. It looks like a nice river. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And, yeah, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Welcome to Evie Stardust. Haven't seen you for a while, Evie. Welcome back. And thank you to Piggy for the one and only, the DrFox2000. Thanks, Piggy. And John and Albert Girl and Colin and Kevin and Cananaska's Country and Philomena and Hermione and Fluffy and Mars. I think I got everyone. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. If I did that right today. Anyway, so all good. Let's park our lava for a minute, and we will go over to the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland and take a look and see what is happening there. And kind of weirdish things are going on. Anyway, I'm going to refresh that again, even though it is fairly up to date. There we go. And I got the last few minutes in. So one of the things we noticed, all of a sudden we got a bunch of little spikes in here, indicating that we've got some earthquakes happening somewhere close by, or some tectonic movement of sorts. And oh, Duchess of Elements dropped in. Welcome, Duchess. Good to have you on board. Anyway, looking at what we got going on, we see the magmatic stuff and on a drop, seismic on a drop, but leveling out. And then, of course, like I said, we've got a bunch of spikes in here. Very interesting, but not sure what that's going to mean. We'll have a look at it pretty quick as far as the quakes are concerned. Let's go off to Askia and take a look at it and see what the Askia chart is doing. Askia is kind of weirdish. That is Askia. We have seen it go up, way up, and then a drop way down. And now we got a way big spike. And I'm wondering, are we going to continue to see that? If that continues like this, we may have something happening at Askia. But the last report came in, it was back down again. So I'm kind of wondering what we've got going on there. And maybe it's time. Maybe that thing is finally going to pop. I will take a look and see what happens. Like I said, this is really unusual to see the tremor activity change like that. You know, the higher frequencies, of course, kind of weird and interesting. So anyway, let's go back down and we'll take a look at the other ones. We'll take a look at Grimsey next and see what's happening way up on the northern end of Iceland. And let's see if we can get that a little bit better. Whoop, right about, I guess that doesn't want to behave. All right, Grimsey, way down in magmatic movement, seismic dropped right off, and so did the tectonic. So all of a sudden everything is quiet there. We did have a spike in that same area that Askia spiked. Kind of makes a guy wonder. We do also see that seismic activity, so it was something that carried right through, all the way through. Wonky Donkey is in the house. Welcome, Wonky Donkey. And let's see what else we got happening there. So that is that one. This one is from our wonderful Grindavik, and let's see if I can get that to pop down one or two, just so we can get it square. There we go. And yeah, it looked like things have dropped down there as well, but we do see the same kind of a disturbance in there during that time that Askia had its problem. So I'm wondering if we are seeing something weird going on there in Iceland. That is Grindavik, which is to the southwest of Fagradalfjall, of course, our what we consider our home spot, and that is, of course, where Ragnar is, Fagradalfjall, that is. And so, yeah, there's a Krusevik. Now Krusevik didn't really show as much of a spike in, well, it's got a little spike there, but nothing really major during that time that Askja had its issue. So kind of confused about what is going on there. We got something on the Grindavik one, which is further to the southwest, and makes you wonder what we've really got going on there. So a very interesting looking charts today. Let's have a look at the earthquakes and see what the earthquakes are telling us. And 64 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. And we'll take a look. I don't see anything really big. Oh, and there's some other stuff way up north there. That is interesting. Let's actually start out up here first. We'll take a look. We got a 2.81, 10 kilometers down. Happened at 12:11. Then we've got a 2.67, 10 kilometers down from 11:46. And then we'll continue on with a 1.2, 10 clicks down, 15:12. Zoom in a little bit and split these up. There's a bunch right beside Grimsey there. We got a 1.04, 10 kilometers down at 1:48 a.m. We have a 1.19, 9.8 clicks down at 2:03 this morning. 1:46 a.m. we had a 0.82, 10 kilometers down. Then we've got a 1.63, 10 kilometers down at 1:33 this morning. 1.54, also 10 kilometers down, 2:05. So whatever it was is happening in the wee hours. A 0, 5.2 kilometers down from 17:27. Here we've got a 1. Well, actually, there's two quakes there. A 1 from 7.1 kilometers down at 2000, and another one there. That might be an echo. 8.1 kilometers down. The other one's 7.1 kilometers down, and exactly the same time. And that might be an echo, and that might be wrong. Anyway, 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down at 18:53. Then this 1.75, 10 kilometers down, 9:13. A larger one here, 2.21, 10 kilometers down from 11:51. Then this guy here from 4:38 a.m. and that's a 0.68 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down for him. Looking over here, we got a few all in the same spot. This one is a 0.43, 5.7 kilometers down, 7:09 a.m. And 0.05, very small, 4.3 kilometers down, 11:15. Then a 1 from 4 kilometers down, 16:58. And another 1, 4 kilometers down from 16:24. And those are definitely not echoes because they're far apart. And we zoom out a little bit. We don't see too much elsewhere. And then we see a 0.3, 13.7 kilometers down from 1920. And only one quake at Askja. So I don't think whatever the issue was on the Askja chart is Askja related. 7:58 a.m., 0.91, 5.1 kilometers down. Over here at Bardabunga, we got this guy, and whoops, that is a 0.78, 135 meters down, surface quake from 7:46 a.m. Nothing over at Grimsvatn, but we do have one way down here from 10:16 a.m., and that is a 0.6, 7.6 kilometers down for that guy. And we have nothing at Katla, and I'm surprised, nothing there. We do have one here at Eyjafjallajökull, and I love that, now that I can say it. 2:04 a.m., 0.81, and that is 900 meters down. I'm not sure what that would really indicate, but that is there at Eyjafjallajökull. So nice to say that. And this swarm continues. Not sure what we're going to have happening up here. And I doubt that we're going to see an eruption, but you never know. 0.94, 10.4 kilometers down, and that is from 1:22 a.m. 22, I had a 0.93, and I'm surprised it's a 10.921 kilometers down, not 922, but that's okay. We'll not worry about it. Let's see, 0.72, 9.2 kilometers down from 1545, a 1.3 from 3.3 kilometers down, 1522 for that guy, 0.6, 4 kilometers down, 1955, and from 2121 we had a 1.07, and that is 4.1 kilometers down. 1.9, 3.3 clicks down, 18 there, 3.3 clicks down. Next one, oh, we got that one. Oh no, I want the 7. 5.3 kilometers down for that 0.7, 1951 for him. 2 o'clock in the morning and 1.88 and 5.3 kilometers down. 0.83, 3.3 kilometers down from 9/11, and 0.86, 3.7 kilometers down from 8:50 a.m. 0.78, 5.5 kilometers down from 2:32 a.m. Next one, 0.85, 6.2 kilometers down, 8:51 a.m. 0.62, 5.7 kilometers down from 7:21, and then we've got this one here, 0.94 kilometers down, 1954, and 8:47 a.m. 1.563 kilometers down, and then we've got an from 8:36 a.m. 0.42. at 3.4 kilometers down for that guy. A couple more underneath it here. 0.78, 4.5 clicks down. 8:55 was the time on that. And 1.23, 3.5 kilometers down, 21:08. And then we've got this one, 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down from 2024. Then the latest quake on the charts, 2030 was the time, and 0.9 of 2.5 kilometers down for him. And we've got 4 more down here. 0.16 in magnitude, very small, 8:55 a.m. 1.4 kilometers down for him. And let's see, next one over, 0.82, 1.7 clicks down, and 21:57. Why am I reading 19 there? 11:20, we had a 0.21, 1.3 kilometers down for him. And that gives you a pretty good idea of that little swarm. Makes you wonder what's going on there. And a couple over here in odd places, 1.05 in magnitude, 4.15 kilometers down, and that was at 8:40 a.m. 0.9 from 4.9 kilometers down, 8:40 for that guy. And let's go over to our Reykjanes Peninsula now. And welcome Empty Coal Forge, and yes, Piggy, I got your 5-minute warning, thank you. This over here is not Krusevik, this is Krusevik. This is the one I can't pronounce yet. I'm going to work on that. Brennisteinfjeld, if that's how you say that. Anyway, 4:11, we had a 0.47, 4.8 kilometers down. 10:07 a.m. we had a 0.52, 5.5 clicks down. Then we've got a 1.1, 4.1 kilometers down. Patriot Roy D, welcome. Glad to have you on board. A 1.1, 4.1 clicks down for that guy. Then he had a neighbor, 2.999 kilometers down from 1506. We've got a 1.1 there. 4.9 clicks down from 1814. And is that right in the lake? Yep. 0.3 right in the lake. 5.7 kilometers underneath the lake from 1511. And then we see this guy here, 0.56, 6.4 kilometers down, 1017. Unfortunately, nothing in our Fragedalfjall area, and that is this area here. There's where Ragnar's located, and the Siggy Fisher, of course, and we're not seeing anything there. We do have one, or is it a two right there? No, just one. Very small quake, not too far away from the Blue Lagoon. And that is from 1320, a 0.13, 2.5 kilometers down for him. And nothing down in Grindavik, everything is good there. And only one more to go, that is a 1.29 in magnitude, 6.8 kilometers down from 354 this morning. Oh, maybe we got one more, way out here in the water. 2.27, 10 kilometers down from 1252. So, and that is our earthquakes for Iceland today. And these ones offshore really kind of make things interesting, telling us that we've got some movement in the plates again. And that is always very, very interesting. My canary is on eggs, not long to go if they hatch. Piggy, has she been on the eggs continuously? I hope so, because it would be really cool to have a bunch of little baby canaries, and that is it's either that or she's protecting them, one of the two. Anyway, just about break time. We will go over. Actually, we can do the other one here real quick. Let's get on to that. Of course, still a little bit light there, yay! And looking at, we are on the island of St. George in the Azores. And that is one of the villages, and of course the harbor there. You can see the lights reflecting in the water. Unfortunately, we can't see any lights over there on Pico Island. Too cloudy and bad, unfortunately. Yes, since the first one layer this time. Okay, so she is watching those eggs. That's awesome. This is the other picture we will usually take a look at, and of course that is the cove that we watch, and we see how large the waves are as they're pounding in within that cove, and it doesn't look like they're overly large today. Let's have a quick peek though and see if we have any new quakes. No, nothing new on St. George at all as far as earthquakes are concerned. Next one, of course, I'm going to redo that. That was still from yesterday. I don't believe we had any quakes, and we don't. So there you go. And that is no quakes in our... Oh, I didn't click on that. Go back. What's this thing doing? I'm trying to click the X. There we go. Get rid of that advertisement. Nothing happening. And that is maybe a good thing there. And of course, and there you go. That gives you an idea where the Azores are, right in the middle of everything. She let me stroke her the other day. Oh, good, Piggy. Anyway, for those people who aren't familiar with it, and that is Portugal there, Spain, France, England, Ireland, Azores in the middle, and of course Sue over here, who's in the car and they're driving. They're going to go see some relatives, and they'll be on the way, on the road, and that's Newfoundland. Of course, Iceland is up here. That is the Reykjanes Ridge down to about here, and then they call it the Mid-Atlantic Fault. East Azores Fault is this one over here. So, gives you a pretty good idea of where we're at, and Donkey being mean. Snout pop 'em, Piggy. Snout pop 'em. Or better yet, time 'em out. Just to teach him a lesson. Time the donkey out. I'm kidding. You can do that if you like, though. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. Anyway, let's put you back on some lava for the time being. And after the break, we will have bacon seeds. And then we will go try to figure out our mystery volcano. And on those friendly notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And that would really be awesome. And on that friendly note, Adele says, night night everyone, I'll see you next weekend. Good night, Adele, and enjoy those cookies. We'll see you later. Evil giggle from Piggy. Okay. Yeah, Piggy, you are welcome to do that if you need to. You have the power. In addition to snout popping. All right, no worries. I'm going to be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and keep smiling. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And what was this? Thank the volcano gods that there is only one Dr. Fox and a good time out will give me time to make a special carrot omelet with eggs. Oh, I think it's absolutely right. The crazy donkey grill is definitely what we've got on the agenda here. And you got to be careful with that wonky donkey. And anyway, let's leave that alone. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart, your hangout, Wonky Donkey. And thank you, Hermine and Fluffy. And you sound tired, Dr. Fox. I am. Actually, Piggy, I am not the most chipper today. I've been, well, I was up late last night and didn't sleep very well. That kind of thing, and I don't know, donkey tastes just like beef. Oops, he didn't see it. I didn't see what? Hang on, what didn't I see there, Mr. Wonky Donkey? I seen the omelet thing that you wrote there. Yeah, the carrot omelet with eggs, little eggs. Well, those little eggs are too small, unfortunately. 5 little eggs doesn't even add up to one regular sized egg, so you're not going to get anywhere with those, Wonky Donkey. You're going to have a thistle to contend with and pop it, and I don't think you want to do that. And John Raper saying hi, Doc. Okay, cool. And ravens are amazing. Ravens can talk, believe it or not. They're pretty neat creatures. Anyway, let's stop our lava and we'll pause it and we'll get over to bacon seeds and see what we've got going on. And of course, Piggy sent a whole bunch more for us to enjoy today. And of course, that was the last one from yesterday. And then there's Piggy sending her new ones. And let's get to them. So this one looks like a ducky affair, and that looks kind of nice. A couple of young'uns and enjoying nature together, and that is always a really ducky. Or is that a goose? That might be a goose. I have no idea. Actually, I think it is a goose. That's too large to be a duck. What's your beef? Wonky Donkey. Oh, yep, and that's a goose. Yep, that pig and the goose are out having a walk in the wonderful flower fields. And that is awesome. And next one is this. And I think we're getting the eye from this one. And definitely out watching his flowers that are all being presented. What? Forgot-me-nots, maybe. Is that what they are? Okay, cool. And let me see what our next one is before we forget that. Maybe those piggies are small spiderwort types. No. And let's carry on with this. Now, this is a precious little picture. We got one little piggy kissing another little piggy. I think that's a piggy. Or is that a puppy? I have no idea. It looks like a piggy. A white, yeah, a piggy kiss. And that is awesome. Very nice of them to be all lovey-dovey. And no, some bulbs. Yona is in the house. Welcome, Yona. Glad to have you on board. Yona is in Iceland as well. And let's get to our next one. That is this one, and these guys are out and about too, and checking out the flowers and things. It must be spring. Not nice to do. What's this? Oh, come on. Be nice in the channel there. Be nice in the chat. Mars crows fight with seagulls twice the size here, and the crows always seem to win. Oh, the problem with the crows here, they're about 5 times the size of the seagulls, and no, they don't fight because the crows are the dominant ones. Next wonderful bacon seed is this little fella. And he's saying, let me out. I want to go see some flowers too. Please, let me out. I want to go. And let's carry on and see if we can get him to escape. Black back. Yep. And white socks. That is pretty awesome. I love it. Next wonderful bacon seed is more flower getters. That one is smelling daisies and buttercups. And I think we might have seen that one before, but that's okay. They all look alike. Zorro Peggy. Ah, that could be. Could be. This one, though, looks nice. Hay fever remedy. Speaking of hay fever, and this one is sniffing in the dandelion fields. It's okay, Piggy. Don't worry. We had this conversation before. You know, we are almost at 3,000 pictures of pigs or bacon seeds. And I am sure there are duplicates, and it's nobody can be expected to remember them all, and it is one of those things. Anyway, I know we didn't see the dandelion fields before, so that is for sure new, and all good. And here's another one. He too is romping around in the tall grasses and dandelions and things like that. We like the repeats. Sure. All good. Love this one. Yeah, I like this one and the last bacon seed as well. And we have one more to go. And here it is. And I think it's the same little pig. And he is in that same field, and he looks like he's having a fun time romping around there, enjoying himself. So really, really cool. Micro omelets with small eggs can be made on a teaspoon and a match. Ha! Wonky donkey. No, that's not gonna work. You need fingers to hold those, and donkeys don't have fingers, they have hooves. Okay, just remember that. And how are you going to strike the match? Piggy, you're welcome to time that wonky donkey out for the bad behavior that he's exhibiting. And I'd like to see that. I think it'd be funny. All right, let's leave that be. Thank you very kindly for your wonderful efforts on getting those bacon seeds, Piggy. I got the shiny boots. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, Wonky Donkey just got timed out. Oh, Wonky Donkey, it's only for 300 seconds. Don't you worry. Piggies were better. Oh, Wonky Donkey, don't take offense. It's all good. You'll be back in 300 seconds or less. No more omelets. That will end up being bad. That is a funny, Piggy. And I hope Wonky Donkey realizes it's all in fun. Hugs a donkey. Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be crying and sniffling. Anyway, let's carry on with our next port of call. And let's see if I can get the next port of call working. I gotta find where it is first off. And how come that is not working? Let me make sure that is going to work. Okay, that one is good. That one is good. This one I want to make bigger. There we go. And let's get over there. And that is, of course, Popocatépetl. And that is what we got going on there. I gotta see what's going on here. Why am I got my computer revving up for no reason? Yeah, it's a kind of a weird. Usually something going on if that is revving up, and again we've got weird things happening. Everything is buffering, and why is it trying to make everything full screen again? I have to wonder about. It's probably wanting another update. Oh, I see the security thing needs to get fixed again. Let's see, what happened here? Okay, oh, I see the bird on the nest. All right, I can't show that right now, but that's all good. Piggy got that picture. Maybe we'll show it. Oh, we were going to do the secret volcano. That's what I forgot all about. Anyway, Popocatépetl right now, this very moment at 15:21 their time, is erupting again, and we do see that. So a very heavy black ash plume coming out of there, and that is all good. And we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's go back here for a second, and I gotta stop that lava again. Pause on that, and why is it not working? Okay, and I wanted to turn that back on there. So we'll get rid of the other thing on here too. All right, so that was our poor donkey. Hope he knows it was all for fun. I hope so too. Piggy, are you a trained bird midwife? Way to go, Tom, and welcome. All right, there's our secret volcano, and I almost forgot what the secret volcano was, and I do remember though which one it is. So yeah, I have been doing this, and any guesses on how many syllables? I have no idea. I didn't count them, Cookster. I don't know if I got enough fingers for that. No, hang on. That's a very heavy, dark ash plume. That should be a hint. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a ploy. Use your toes. Oh, but I'm wearing socks. Hard to count them. Anyway, what? Augustine Island. No, that's not a volcano. That's an island. Popocatépetl. No, it's not Popocatépetl. All right, come on, somebody guess what this volcano is, and we'll see how close you get. And Piggy, how dare you? Piggy did it exactly. It is a Fuego. How did you know that, Piggy? I'm wondering how you actually knew that. No, it is. What did I do wrong? You guessed the volcano. It is a fuego. And you were just guessing, weren't you? Piggy gets the cookies. That is amazing. And she just guessed. So Piggy was hungry for cookies. These are the sugar-free ones, by the way. That way you can eat them without any problems. Ring of Fire volcano. It is. And yes, I thought I'd be sneaky and crop the shot just nicely so nobody would be able to figure it out. And there goes a Piggy and blows it out of the water. Fuego, way to go. 3 syllables. All right, Cookster. Cookster, it's 3 syllables, okay? I can count that on a paw and a half. So all good. Yeah, fuego. Congratulations, Piggy, and way to go. Glad that you were able to do that. And let's hide that guy, and we'll go back over to Popocatépetl. Now, Popocatépetl, of course, has been erupting more recently. Just had a time to make an omelet. Thanks for the time out. Oh boy, I guess that is a quick omelet. Anyway. Instead of going back in time, let's just take a look at what we did see during the night. And this is my little video I made. And it did have 3 eruptions that threw out some nice lava. This was, of course, from 2213 last night. And then the next one was from 23 something, 23, I think, or somewhere thereabouts. 2 views of each one of these eruptions, so kind of neat to see that. There you can see that one popping, and that was kind of nice to see it from both sides. And of course this is Fuego, no, not Fuego, Popocatépetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and that was pretty awesome to see. And this is the bigger eruption that it had, and it's a poor yolk. Oh dear, things are getting punny. Lots of sparklies and lots of nice lava bits all over the place. And as you can see, it was throwing up a little bit more lava just before it got done there, so it was trying to burn out a little bit more material, and that was pretty cool. And of course we get to see it from the other side as well. Lots of gas coming off of there as it was doing that, and there you can see how high it actually went up. And that eruption probably 150, 200 meters in height, so quite a good shot coming out of there. And went fairly decent way. I don't know if you guys are hearing the music in the background, but hopefully I'm getting over top of it. What I like that view too. Oh, the multiple views is always nice. Okay, and that was cool. The stars in the background. Yeah, that is absolutely wonderful to see the stars. And unfortunately, the stream, when you're seeing the stars, it slows the camera down, though. That's the problem. So you miss getting proper detail in that sense. But anyway, that's what we had going there, and that was the video. And let's go back over and see what it is doing now, and we'll actually back up during the course of the day there. We did watch a little bit of this eruption that we just had, and there's another one from 2:11 their time, and there were multiples from today, and it's kind of hard to go through all of them, but it's been a busy volcano the last I guess 24 hours or so. So maybe we'll see some more good pops tonight. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more lava flying out of there. This was 8:07 a.m. that we seen that, and then we get into our golden times. It was erupting earlier, right at 7:56 thereabouts. It is time for a break, and just want to finish this one off. There's another lava shot here, and that might be one that we did catch, and that was pretty awesome to be able to see that. So excellent stuff. Okay, we'll leave that be, and that is pretty awesome. We'll come back after the break and we'll hit Fuego and see what Fuego is up to. But right now, Popocatépetl doing its thing at 6:02 a.m. It is time for a break, so I'm going to go do that. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That would really be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On those friendly notes, don't go away. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I will be back after the break. Here comes some music. We'll put you back on the Kilauea stuff, so you can watch that. Hang on, that's not the Kilauea stuff. This is. Yeah. All right. Don't go away. I'll be back. we go. The microphone should be back on. Let's see. Welcome back, Dr. Fox. Please keep your gremlins. Yeah, I have no idea. I heard the computer revving up earlier. You might have heard me mention that, and I thought that was a little odd and weird. And it looks like the file got changed here somehow of the lava flow, and it is now showing a file where it's going twice as fast. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy and John and Mars and Kevin, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Henry, saying you hear me. Thank you, Alba Girl, for the welcome back. And Jordan, Gerard, welcome. And let's see what we got happening there. Jordan and Gerard, where are you from? And you look awful brand new, considering that you've got a brand new account there. We are always a little suspicious of brand new accounts, Jordan. Yeah, thank you, Piggy. Jordan, where are you from? I'm just curious. Woodbury, Minnesota, and you got a brand new YouTube account, huh? Interesting. Well, we've got moderators that have itchy trigger fingers, so be mindful of what you say. We usually find that when people pop in with brand new accounts, they are trolls and spammers. So just to, oh, and snouts, yes, Piggy. Anyway, just be forewarned of that. Pardon me. I guess I shouldn't have drank that Pepsi right before I did my thing. Anyway, don't worry, I'm not a spammer. Okay, a spammer. Okay, you're not a spammer, huh? All right. We don't take prisoners. Yeah. You know what happens. You end up in the pig pen. There's nothing left. Anyway, let's get on to some education. I see we have enough time to run this video here. I have a learning disability, Dr. Fox. No worries, Jordan. We all have our little disabilities of sorts. So, thank you, Connie. Yeah, well, typos are not a big deal. We are all welcome. Yeah, all are welcome. So it doesn't matter in that sense. Anyway, I did have that learning video from our wonderful Earth Scope Consortium, and I did want to load the, well, I've got it loaded up so we can let that play. I will let that run while I do other things, trying to reset the rest of my wonderful lava setup here, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to pause this for right now, and we will continue on with going over to here. And today's feature, of course, is earthquakes and tectonics of South America. So basically, what this video entails is it goes through a bunch of stuff about why we've got volcanoes there, and how the Nazca plate is subducting under the South American plate, and the earthquakes are listed and so on. So without further ado, I will turn my microphone off. I will turn the volume on this up, and hopefully that will be plenty loud. This one actually didn't sound too bad. So enjoy it, and I will be doing things in the background while that is playing. So don't go away, and I'll let it rip. Thanks.
The Circum-Pacific region is defined by subduction zone plate boundaries that produce 80% of the earthquakes worldwide. It also has over 400 active volcanoes, earning it the title, the Pacific Ring of Fire. More than 1/4 of the world's great magnitude 8 or larger earthquakes have occurred in western South America. It's home to the 1960 magnitude 9.5 Chile megathrust earthquake, the largest earthquake ever recorded, as well as to an array of earthquakes generated by plate boundary and intraplate tectonic processes. Regional tectonics are dominated by the subduction of the oceanic Nazca Plate beneath the continental South American Plate, which produce both the 5,900 kilometer long Peru-Chile Trench that extends from Colombia to southern Chile, and the arc of active volcanoes parallel to the trench. Rates of convergence range from 5.6 centimeters a year in Ecuador to 6.3 centimeters a year in northern Chile. They've recently been updated using GPS observations. South America has over 800 measured earthquakes every year. By examining all earthquakes greater than magnitude 5 over a 10-year period, we see a pattern of shallow to deep earthquakes from west to east across the subduction zone. A cross-section through central Chile shows how earthquakes outline classic subduction geometry. To 70 kilometers depth, earthquakes are concentrated along the plate boundary, but also occur within both plates near that boundary. Below 70 kilometers, earthquakes occur only within the relatively cold and therefore brittle subducting plate. Andean volcanoes are located above the point where the top of the Nazca Plate has subducted to about 150 kilometers depth, which is about 300 kilometers from the trench. The melting of mantle rocks just above the subducting plate, not the melting of the subducting plate itself, generates the magma that supplies these volcanoes. In Ecuador and southern Chile, the pattern of earthquakes is similar, with the oceanic plate diving at an angle of about 30 degrees and volcanoes located 300 to 400 kilometers from the trench. However, in most of Peru, and at about 30 degrees south in Chile, where the volcanoes are absent, earthquakes reveal what is called flat slab subduction. In these segments, the oceanic plate dives to 100 kilometers depth and then slides along the bottom of the South American Plate for several hundred kilometers before resuming its descent into Earth's mantle. There are no active volcanoes above the flat slab subduction. Flat slab regions occur where unusually thick and therefore buoyant oceanic crust caps the Nazca Plate, like along the Nazca and Juan Fernandez ridges. Since 1906, there have been 16 great earthquakes of magnitude 8 or larger on the megathrust boundary between the Nazca and South American plates. Yellow patches indicate the area ruptured in each great earthquake. Gaps between ruptures, called seismic gaps, are particularly vulnerable to future earthquakes because potential energy continues to build between the locked plates. The region in northernmost Chile was designated the Iquique seismic gap because it had not had a great earthquake since 1877. On April 1, 2014, a magnitude 8.2 earthquake confirmed the forecast, releasing energy in a portion of the seismic gap. Aside from this gap, the Ecuador-Peru seismic gap is also conspicuous. To explore the mechanics of subduction zone megathrust earthquakes, let's examine the 1960 magnitude 9.5 Chile earthquake, the largest instrumentally recorded seismic event. For great earthquakes, the displacement at the hypocenter is just the beginning. The initial fault break in 1960 triggered a runaway rupture that displaced an area more than 800 kilometers long. The entire fault rupture happened over the course of 4 minutes, releasing immense seismic energy equivalent to a cascade of 10,000 magnitude 7 earthquakes. Still, most of the damage was caused by the resulting tsunami, which we can examine by looking at a cross-section. The oceanic Nazca Plate dives beneath the more buoyant continental plate. Because tectonic plates are elastic, like a spring, the leading edge of the continental plate stores elastic energy as the plates converge. With the megathrust plate boundary locked by friction, the upper plate is forced back and shortened, raising the land surface while depressing the ocean floor between the coast and the trench. In 1960, the force of the converging plates overcame friction, causing the leading edge of the continental plate to lurch seaward. During the earthquake, uplift of the seafloor formed a mound of seawater that spread out as a tsunami, while coastal and nearby inland areas dropped down. 5.8 meters of uplift was measured on several offshore islands, while subsidence of as much as 2.3 meters affected land areas near the coast. The resulting tsunami reached heights of 15 meters along the outer coast, causing over 1,000 of the 1,425 fatalities in Chile. The Trans-Pacific tsunami was one of the most destructive in modern times, killing 61 in Hawaii, 32 in the Philippines, and 142 in Japan. The 1960 tsunami motivated development of the International Pacific Tsunami Warning System. Although the largest earthquakes affecting South America are subduction zone megathrust events, earthquakes within rather than between the plates have caused the most fatalities in recent history. For example, the magnitude 7.9 Chimbote, Peru earthquake in 1970 was the most deadly earthquake in the Americas. Fault motion that produced this earthquake occurred within the upper brittle part of the subducting Nazca plate. Although the magnitude 9.5 Chile earthquake released over 300 times as much energy, the location of the Peru earthquake at 54 kilometers depth below the port city of Chimbote and a massive earthquake-induced landslide caused great loss of life. 100 million cubic meters of rock and glacial ice broke from Nevado Huascarán, the highest mountain in the Peruvian Andes. The resulting debris avalanche rushed down a glacial valley at speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, burying towns in rock, ice, and mud up to 30 meters deep. The death toll was estimated at 70,000. In 1944, the most deadly earthquake in Argentinian history destroyed much of San Juan, killing 8,000 people beneath collapsed buildings. How did the Nazca South American plate interactions produce this magnitude 7.0 earthquake within the South American crust almost 400 kilometers east of the trench? The Sierras Pampeanas region of northwestern Argentina is within a flat slab subduction of the Nazca South American subduction zone. The cross-section through this region shows earthquakes in two depth intervals, within the brittle crusts of both the South American plate and the underlying Nazca plate. As the oceanic plate rubs horizontally along the base of the continental plate, compressive forces build in the continental crust. These forces eventually break the continental crust into blocks separated by thrust faults. The magnitude 7.0 earthquake occurred on one of these thrust faults, rupturing from 20 kilometers depth up to the surface near San Juan, demonstrating that intense ground shaking from a nearby magnitude 7 earthquake can be more destructive than a larger earthquake at a greater distance. Western South America is a region of high earthquake hazard because of tsunami-generating megathrust earthquakes on the Nazca South American plate boundary, major earthquakes within the subducting plate beneath populated coastal towns, and major earthquakes on faults within the continental crust. Earthquake and tsunami education, along with the construction of earthquake-resilient buildings and infrastructure, have proved to be vitally important to this seismically active region.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the microphone back on. We're going to turn our volume back down to regular levels, and we'll stop that right there. And I hope you guys like that video. And that is pretty interesting to see how that stuff works there in South America. And that is a kind of a really, really wild, and we kind of have to wonder, you know, when we're looking at some of that, the subduction zones and where those quakes can happen, like when they had the the big one there, the 8 point something in the middle here. Kind of between Chile and Ecuador, or sorry, Chile and Peru. That was kind of interesting to see that little sniblet in there. And what do they call it? The Aikiki seismic gap. And that was quite fascinating. That's something that I wasn't aware of. And it's really, really kind of scary when you look at that. One thing that we do see consistently, though, is along these edges that you see are volcanoes developing somewhere between 100 and 150 kilometers in from the coast, typically. We do see that in Central America, we see that in North America, and we see it there in South America as well. And it's quite fascinating to see that. And, you know, if you remember the video from yesterday, the subduction of the Atlantic plate underneath the Caribbean plate, the volcanoes, again, they basically started at that same range, about 150 kilometers in. So this is something kind of fascinating to see where those subductions are happening and how that is actually working. And that is pretty cool and pretty awesome to realize. And it's to me, it's really, really fascinating. And you know, putting aside the loss of life and things like that, and I understand that is a horrific thing that nobody wants to deal with or talk about, but it happens, right? But you know, seeing some of the way this actually works in a tectonic manner, we're seeing some of that thicker oceanic crust moving underneath, and then we get the thrust faults over here, and no magma coming up when we have this what they call the slip, a shallow slip of the oceanic plate going under. Really, really quite fascinating to me, and I thought, wow, that's something interesting. Normally we see it diving down and going down and continuing on that same trajectory, but here, because of whatever circumstance, it is sliding along at a shallower depth and then descending into the what they call the mantle or the asthenosphere. So interesting to see that. And it is really quite fascinating to see all of it. And here again is kind of that cross section, the way you see that slipping in and then heading downward, and pretty awesome to see, you know. And I just think this is really cool to be able to see these videos and share them with you. And of course, we do have permission to show this material from IRIS, or as they are now called, EarthScope Consortium. So it is wonderful to see that. And of course, this one was from 2019, and it is pretty wow. It makes you understand a little bit more about what is going on, you know, with some of those quakes. And yeah, you never think about it, right? And some of the tsunamis and things like that, everything that's entailed with it. So, you know, these quakes, the tectonics, creating the quakes, creating the tsunamis, creating the earthquakes. So basically, you know, it's the way the planet is put together. It is break time. I do agree, Piggy. And let's see if we can put you back onto some lovely lava. And I just had noticed it changed my file here for some reason. This one is counting back a little bit quicker than it's supposed to. But that is okay. We'll leave it there. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. So enjoy the stuff in the meantime. I am going to try to get the rest of it set back up so we can work with it after the break. And we will go over to our wonderful... Oh, by the way, Kevin Haynes, thank you for gifting that one membership. And congratulations to a Wonky Donkey for getting it. Although I think somebody else should have got it. But hey, it's YouTube that does that and not us. Your content and leading a resource for today are a top-notch, Dr. Fox. 5 stars. Thank you, Cookster. And we like that a lot. So, Mariano, you need to learn English. Learn English. Hello, Mariano. And yeah, let's be nice and use a Google Translate, please. And that would be nice. Yeah, have a good night. All right. Anyway, let's leave it there. I'm going to put the music back on and we'll do our thing. I'll be back in a few minutes. And don't go away and keep smiling. go. Microphone is back on. So let's see what we can do now. And welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And Cookster, this stream is a pure magic. Magic? It's voodoo! Thanks, Mars 2028, for the welcome back. And John, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Hermione and Snoring Fluffy. And thank you, Alba Girl, for the welcome back. And that is awesome. And let's carry on with what we got going on. So, yep, I like that educational video. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm going to pause our wonderful lava here, though. And we will get over to our next port of call, if it is still there. And it is, but it's off kilter. What the heck happened there? How come it's broken? And let's see if we can fix that a little bit. Seems to be every time we have one of these disturbances, things don't seem to always come back 100%. So let's see if we can fix that. And there, that looks better. Slightly, and we'll move that back down to here, maybe, and get rid of the other one. And let's try that for now. So yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, this is our wonderful Merapi, and let's go back in time a little bit on Merapi and see some bacon. We did have a little bit of a view of some bacon earlier, and there you go. I wonder if my capture screen is still working. Let's see. No, not that one. How about this one? Oh, that neither one of them are working. I'm going to delete both of those, and we'll take a look and see if we can fix that so we can have that a little bit larger on the screen. These are things I was trying to fix up during the break here, but don't always happen the right way, so pretty cool. Anyway, let's grab that and just make that a little bit larger. There we go. And there you can see the lava, of course, coming down Merapi's slopes, and very nice to see that. It did have a bunch of more lava shots coming down. I'm just trying to find them here as I'm scanning through real quick. And I did have some times marked down, but they're not that good. So we'll try this one here at 208. I think it was actually 209 that I had written down. Yep. There it is, and you can see some of that wonderful lava sliding down the hill. And always nice. Yvonne Kunkel, good morning, and nice to have you on board. Sandra's couch, or what? Sandra, what? Crouch? Sandra, okay, welcome, Sandra. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, Sandra. Welcome. Hi everyone, I'm here just incognito. Oh, you're incognito. No wonder we don't recognize you, Sandra. Anyway, yep, welcome Sandra, and also welcome Yvonne Kunkel, and hope you had a good sleep. Lovely lava coming down the side of that mountain as it continues to fill up, and of course the slower movement of that lava is going to continue to fill up those canyons up there that were carved out, and we can see right here that's kind of the slowdown point that has developed, because that's where it was stalling out. And that's created kind of a ski jump now, so the faster lava will jump right over that and really get some air, if you will. So that is pretty awesome to see. Anyway, I'm going to go back, see if we can find a little bit more of that goodness rolling down the hill before we carry on to our next ones. And let's see, this one wasn't all that exciting. I want to see one with a heavier lava flow. This one had a little bit more. And that should be right about there. That was at 2340 their time. And we see a little bit more movement of magma or out of the vent up top, turning into a lovely lava. And it becomes a very effusive, in other words, cools and kind of stops in its tracks there. So some of it, though, does make it all the way down to the bottom. And I wish he didn't have that logo there, but it's hard to see with that in place, unfortunately. Let's see if we can find a heavier one here. Oh, this one we got to see. This one was a better one. Going back, this was in black and white, though, and they had switched it around. So you see it up top here, but also watch this side, and you'll see it come down this little canyon. And it's always neat to see that. Welcome back, Daddy. Way to go. Pretty awesome. So yeah, you'll see that pop out of the other one in a second, and that is pretty cool to be able to watch. And I thought it was kind of nice to see the extra stuff come out the other side. Let's see if we can get that going. I'm going to advance it. There we go. Just a few seconds, and that'll make that slide down the other canyon. And that is pretty cool. Maria, welcome. Good to have you on board. And yeah, now you can see it going down two different paths. So, and of course, you know, that lava will, if it's traveling fast enough, it will continue to carve out those canyons. But when it's slowing down, and lately we've been seeing it slowing down because of the filling of those areas. And that is kind of what's going on. Sandra, thanks for joining with that name. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Anyway, there you can see how it sneaks its way through the canyons and overspills the smaller canyon very quickly, and becomes quite effusive, or cools and stops in place. Very neat to see that. And of course, that is how mountains are made, or volcanic mountains, as the lava kind of comes out and sits there and does its thing. So awesome to see. And let's see if we can find a couple more spots that were really cool looking. This one was another one that was a fair size, right about here. There were more off the other point here as well. So that is something interesting. But notice this time it's going out a different place. It's not coming down that main trail, or the main canyon. So it got spilled from a different vent area. And you see it's kind of rolling over towards the steeper canyon slope, and then continuing on. But you also see some lava bombs heading down the hill here, which is really neat to see. And of course, the person that knows all about lava bombs is Yvonne Kunkel. She knows that when you see them, get the heck out of the way. Take cover, and all of those good things. And that's all wonderful. Anyway, I gotta love it. Yeah, if you can. You certainly do want to, well, the way I look at it is don't get yourself into that predicament to begin with, right? And I know that's sometimes easier said than done, but that is something that I think, in my own mind, I put that in there and go, well, hang on, do I want to go into a situation where, we would end up with the potential of being run over by lava boulders, and sometimes even at lower elevations, you're still subject to those. As you may remember, when one of the videos that we've seen from our wonderful Professor Valentin Troll, as he was filming that one lava bomb that was coming down, rolling down the hill, and it went past them, luckily, and fortunately they were able to see it and see where it was going. And of course, it was the Siggy workers' fault. Yeah, well, we know what those guys are like. We really do. And yeah, it is one of those things. And of course, they are troublemakers, especially when you order an eruption and they give you that response. It's one of those things. Anyway, let's leave that be for right now, and we're going to head off to our next volcano. I'm going to put that back on live. That is what it looks like right now, and we will see what's happening here. And just want to check something real quick. And welcome, Becky, and glad to have you on board today. I hope you're enjoying the lava flows. And let's see what else we want to do. Let's go over to our next place of interest, and of course that will be, that screen is not quite right. Let me get rid of that. There we go. And that is Mount Ruapehu hiding behind those clouds. It's not very good weather there in New Zealand today. So we went from Merapi on Java over to our wonderful area there in New Zealand, and not a good visibility, lots of clouds, and look at the thunderstorm sitting on top of that. That doesn't look very healthy for those guys. Even if we go back a little earlier before, you see those heavy clouds sitting over there. So not much visibility for Mount Ruapehu today, and we'll leave that be. We'll put that back on live so I know where it is, and the other one I want to minimize as well. And let's go over to our next thing, and of course that is the chart for Ruapehu. Sorry, not Ruapehu, for I'll get it. It's for Taupo. My bad. And as we see, Taupo, very little activity right now, so it's been kind of doing its thing, doing a little easier work today. So that's what we've got going on there. It's been resting, no big activity, so we'll leave it there, and we will not worry about Taupo in New Zealand. But for those who need to look, we'll get a Taupo on the screen. There it is. So, yeah, my shot seems to have cropped itself out a whole bunch here, even more. But anyway, you can kind of see Ruapehu in the background there, behind that other first ridge of mountains. So, well, actually, a Piggy, because I took that break, I think I'm just going to push on for now, and we'll take the break on the next go. So we'll try. We'll see how far I can get before my voice gets too crunchy. All right. So, but thank you. I do appreciate that and do acknowledge it. Anyway, that is what we got going on. No flea market today, so you can't buy any fleas. And of course, this the caldera for Taupo is the entirety of the lake, and the center is somewhere over there, and beyond, well beyond that spit of land, way out there past that light post. Anyway, don't be going there if you don't want a tsunami. But if you want a nice place to stay, you can always go to the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center, and that is this place right here. And that is the shot here is a courtesy of them, and that is the view you'd have out your hotel window. So if you want to go there, that would be awesome. Turkeys are moving around a lot by my cams, Henry. Turkeys? How come they're moving? Are they using moving trucks, Tom? Okay. Anyway. Sandra saying hi to all. Being subscribed for 3 years and decided to do me a clean and support one of my fave channels. Thank you, Sandra. And that is awesome. And do appreciate it. So let's leave Taupo in New Zealand. We'll go back over to Java. And this time we are in Eastern Java. And I gotta find my right screen to be on here. Everything has moved around. And yeah, there we go. And right now, unfortunately, the camera's out of focus. But we do see what's going on there. And why is that so broken? Let me do another capture on that and see if we can kind of fix that up a little bit. And I'm sure they will get their camera refocused very quickly and soon. I know it's not really great right now, but we'll fix it, and we'll see what we can do here by sharpening the picture slightly on my end. That might help out a little. Filter, sharpen, and no, that ain't gonna work too much. We'll hit the OK button, but that's it for there right now. But we did have the video that I did make earlier, and we'll take a look at that video right now and let you watch that. And this, of course, was recorded from yesterday's activity, and we will get that going for you. So let's get that video going, and there you go. And gives you a little bit of an idea of what Semeru has been doing. And this is technically, well, it is technically the second, but it's the third there now, right? So this was from during the early morning hours yesterday, their time. It is now the next day. So I'm not sure if that music is playing, or did I load the one without the music? I think I might have loaded the one without the tune attached. So yeah, I did. So that's all right. I'll keep talking, so we're all good there. Anyway, that is some of the activity that we were seeing there from Semeru, and it was kind of neat to see that in a time lapse. And of course, that is multiple hours worth of activity. As I think I took about 6 hours and scrunched it down to about 3 minutes. My name is in gray, and I have no start, but I am a member, and I have a member for months and months and months. I can renew it. So can I renew it somewhere? Yeah, if you click on the join button in I don't know, are you using Piggy is going night night? Okay, Piggy, good night. Maria, if you I don't know if you can are you using a phone? Oh, you're using your cell phone? I am not sure, because I'm not versed in the cell phone stuff. Check the like button and see if that helps. Yeah, or click the like button or check it somewhere thereabouts. Anyway, this is what it looked like there in the morning. It was actually quite clear and very nice looking video, and you could see some of those puffs coming out of there. Pretty awesome. And yeah, Juliet, thanks for bringing up the join link there. And you may be able to do that from there, Maria. And it should get you back in there. If your membership didn't expire, it should actually still be in there, but I have no idea. Double check, make sure you're still subscribed too. It's weird, sometimes that happens, and I have no idea. Okay, what slide the arrow gifts bar to the right. Oh, okay. That is from C&D Boy. Anyway, thought that was pretty cool. This is what is happening now there. Unfortunately, it's out of focus. So that is, you can see the puff coming up out of it. Pretty awesome, but it is kind of doing its thing. Unfortunately, like I say, it's not very clear right now, so kind of makes me wonder. What do you mean just make her a member? Jordan, you can't make people a member. They have to do that themselves, and that is not driven by the channel owner. She just donated $50. What? No, she and no. I don't believe that you're correct with that statement. Okay, and nope. The link is just a black screen. Maybe I can fix it tomorrow using the computer. Yeah, Maria, you might want to do that and take a look and see if you can fix it that way. And the thing as far as making someone a member, that is they themselves make themselves members. And as far as getting the membership, that's something that is done by them. And if you're gifting a membership, that is something YouTube takes care of as well. Okay, yeah, don't worry, I'll fix it tomorrow. No worries, Maria. And you know you're always welcome here, so all good. All right, let's get on to our next volcano stuff. And that, of course, is over into Japan. So let me see if I can get find where my Japanese stuff went. And hopefully we'll be able to get those back online as well. And get going on those. That's what happens when you have to reboot and everything is out of kilter. Anyway, let's get you over to Japan. And first port of call will be Sakurajima. And there we go. So at least those screens are still intact. And I just got to do some maintenance here with the other one. And give me a second. And there we go. And John Raper, I've been following this stream for 2 years, but only a show 11 months because I didn't lock in properly in the early days. No, there is no $50 donation from Jordan. There is none. So please don't be saying that. I have the donations written down here, and there was no $50 donation, okay? And just so you're very clear on that, there was a 50 Swedish kroners, and thank you very kindly for that, Maria, and we do appreciate it, and that is awesome, and I do have that written down here. And Swedish kroners, and love the stream, and we appreciate you very much there, Maria. So, yeah, okay, and so just so you know, it didn't go unnoticed, Maria. Okay, and we appreciate your wonderful support. And you've been here a long time, so it's very, very kind of you to throw in your stuff. So awesome. Anyway, Sakurajima in Japan, right across from Kagoshima. There's a slightly closer view of it. And why is that saying it's 1080p, but it looks like it's a little bit on the fuzzy side? Maybe it's my eyes. My glasses are clean. Why is it looking fuzzy? Anyway, that is the close-up view of our wonderful Sakurajima. I don't see too much activity happening from it right now. And during the course of the night, it did puff a little bit, but we really didn't have too much going on. If we go look back and see, and let's see what else we got going on here. I'm going scrolling back real quick over the last 12 hours. It was actually very quiet last night at their time. You can see the wonderful stars up above and stuff like that. Quite clear image today. Yep, and you can see that on the top. That looks pretty cool. But no eruptive activity, so being very quiet, and it's always the old scenario of quiet before the storm. And there is your close-up view of the caldera, and that is, of course, Sakurajima. And our 3 vents are still going. We've got the one on the side here, the small one, that has a mighty blast when it does blast, and then of course the other 2 up top. So that is what we've got going on there, and that is pretty awesome looking. Do we have our ice cream boat? Yep, ice cream boat is inbound, you guys, and he's right there. So ice cream in a couple of minutes, and remember, go down the road, and you can go down the road up to the lights, hang a left at the lights, go down to the dock, and you can get your ice cream from the ice cream boat. The caldera seems huge. Well, it is technically, when you're looking at it, it is actually very, very large. And I wouldn't want to fall in there. That's the one thing, when we look at it from afar, we don't realize how large the actual volcanoes are. And one of the things that is a good reminder is when we watched Ragnar as an example, taking a look at Ragnar, when you don't have anyone there standing beside it, you don't realize their perspective. It wasn't until those foolish people climbed the side of it and stood on top of the crater rim that you realize how large it really is. And having seen Ragnar with my own eyes as an example, is one of those things that really, that was one of the things that impressed me. It stands out. The size of the calderas are huge. They're massive, massive, and literally, like with Ragnar, people didn't realize you could put 3 soccer pitches right inside the caldera and still have some room. So this is something that you have to think about, when you're looking at that. And it is one of those things. Wonky Donkey saying good night. Unfortunately, I got a headache. Wonky Donkey, it was the omelet that did that. You shouldn't have ate the omelet while she was a... yes, Yvonne, and that was Yeah, and that bird. Too bad we don't have a cuckoo bird on here, but yeah, that's exactly it. That was a special stream when you were in Iceland, and yes, it meant a lot to me, Maria. It really did, and I was very happy to be able to take everyone with me kind of thing and bring it to you alive right from the volcano site, you know. And sounds like someone needs a Pepsi. Just about. Just about. We're going to finish Japan off though. So, yeah, go get your ice cream. It's the boat is docked, and we'll shut some of these other ones down so I can not have so much horsepower going. Next one here, of course, Suwanoshijima, a little further south on one of its own islands down there. We do see it pluming. We do have a very dirty camera for some reason now, and but we do see the back caldera is erupting a fair amount. And if we go look earlier in the day, you can see it was continuing to smoke and steam and do its thing. This is at 4:16, and then we go back a little bit further, and just got an email here. And it's all systems go if that is correct there. And you know who I'm talking to. Just got your email, and that's what I was suspecting. But I'm not sure. Anyway, earlier during the night, 2:36 a.m., we see it did continue to do its thing. And of course, the moonlight certainly helps. Sorry. And there we go. We see some more of that plumage coming out of there. And as we progress backwards in time, this is 8 minutes after midnight. You can see some of the stars. And definitely some interesting plumage coming out of that area. So we know that Suwanoshijima is definitely continuing to be active, and we'll leave that one be, and we'll make that smaller, and we'll go to our next one. And this is, of course, ASO, ASO-san. ASO is a little bit further north from Suwanoshijima, or from Sakurajima, I should say. Same island, and Japan, and we do see it still continuing to off-gas fairly heavily. It does have a lot of water in that caldera, and it is turning to steam. In addition to the water, there is a lot of SO2 gas being generated by it, so we are seeing the steam and SO2 being released as it continues to do its thing. So that is our wonderful ASO-san, and that is in Japan as well. One more for Japan. We'll make this one smaller, and this one here, of course, is Asama. Asama, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo. And you can see it is continuing to steam and produce gases, as well as other good stuff. And that is what we're seeing there. And of course, the Japanese volcanologists have raised their alert level to yellow on this one. Becky, good night, and good night all. It's been great. Let's get some sleep time. Everyone, stay safe. All right, and take care. And Maria says, Mars 2028, ooh, and knows Dr. Fox is a very sneaky man. Oh, I'm not that sneaky. Let's see, what's going on here? Why am I sneaky? Let's see. Sounds like someone. Yeah, I need a break pretty quick here. So, Maria, blessing to you for donating. It's Susie. It's 50 Swedish kroners. Okay, and that works out to about I don't even know what the conversion is right now on 50 Swedish kroners. It's not $50. It's 50 Swedish kroners. So you understand the difference, and we do appreciate it though. Now, Dr. Fox, you are being very sneaky. Fess up. Oh, come on. This volcano is Asama. I'm not being sneaky about that. We're going to see what this one does, and hopefully it will be doing its thing. Troll be a gun applied. Uh-oh. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Henry, no, the troll B is, no, it was never mind. The first one was, the second one wasn't. Anyway, we do see what's going on there, so it looks pretty awesome. Let's go back over here. Ice cream boat still intact. You guys can enjoy that. Actually, I'm going to make this one smaller before we do that. And there we can leave it for a second. And anyway, it is, yeah, it's yeah. Sometimes when you see certain things, you equate it automatically in your mind that it is larger sums of money or something. But do the translation, you'll see what it is. Okay. But we really do appreciate it, and it is a very kind and a nice gesture, and it is definitely accepted in good faith, and you know, we don't expect people to donate, and we do appreciate when they do. Okay, put it that way, and same thing as the memberships, and it really does make me feel good that. You know, that I'm providing something that is worthy of having members and continuing to get that support. So, yeah, was just going to say by what Jordan said. Yeah, well, Jordan was wrong, Susie, and that's okay. He doesn't quite understand the differences, perhaps. But it's okay. Don't worry, Susie. All good. Anyway, what we will do, I am going to go take a break, though. It is pretty close to break time anyway, and I did kind of jump over that break because we did have the video in there as well. So that's all good. And I am going to take a little bit of a longer break this time because I need to rest my throat and get that relaxed a little bit, and we'll leave you with our wonderful lava. After the break, we will, because we don't have a volcano report today, we will just get into our wonderful earthquakes, as well as yeah. Oh, yeah, that was somebody else. Yeah, all systems go. We know what that's about. No problem, Maria. Yep, you got it. That's all good. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep quiet. that's that's why we do what we do, and why we have things set up the way we have it all. It's all good, Maria. So we don't need to have everything seen and everything going. So we try to keep a clean system here. Yep, I will bite my tongue. All right, so on those friendly notes, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. Am I in trouble? Mars 2028. We're siphoning your rocket fuel as we speak. Wonky Donkey is doing that, and we're going to refill it with some candy. Okay, so there you go. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. Be good, be kind, take care. Don't go away, and play nice in the lava as we get back over there. And keep smiling. And by the way, what are you using in that rocket, Mars 2028? Are you using a methane or an oxygen as your oxidizer? I'm just curious before I take that break. Or are you using something special? I personally like chemical rockets, but they got side effects and they can blow up. Ooh, candy fuel. Yeah. Well, actually, Maria, believe it or not, there is, you can cook up your own rocket candy fuel, and it does. Wonky Donkey does know that aerospace grade methane doesn't have any scent chemicals, all right? Well, I hope he does. Finally, some lava workers who are not on strike. Yvonne, this is canned lava. This is from years ago. No, hang on, last year. Oh no, this is spring. Sorry. There, we'll put that on there just so you know. What cool. Yeah, we cook up a certain recipe, and it's called rocket, or literally candy is what they refer to it as. Lazy bunch. There you go, Yvonne. Now you got it. And yep, a rocket fuel, or a candy as we call it, and hobby rockets. You don't want to burn it in real stuff because the big rockets, you'll end up blowing up usually, or it's really not that great of fuel. Anyway, I'm gonna go take that break, you guys. Enjoy the lava flow, and I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Please, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bump. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all still here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. I see we're down a bunch of people. I guess a lot of people have to go to sleep. Thank you for the welcome backs from Yvonne Kunkel and Maria and John and Hermione and Fluffy and Mars 2028. And don't be throwing the breaker, Mars. And thank you, Grandma B. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Do you want me to hunt for cold temps? Yes. Yes, hunt for cold temps. Oh boy, that is going to kill me. the voice. Oh boy. Anyway, let's stop that lava, and we will hit that button there. Stop that from flowing. All good, and okay, will do. Nearly done. Is that the chorus? Okay, will do. Nearly. Anyway, yeah, since our wonderful Sue is on her road trip, hopefully she has safe travels, and that is all good. Anyway, me too. I hope Sue and daughter are having a great trip. Absolutely. Look if you can catch if you can catch some lava workers on your way, Sharon. Oh, those darn lava workers. Excellent. I don't even know how to say that. Libretto? Earthquakes. Let's go over to earthquakes. I can do those. Earthquakes are easy. Oh, anyway, let's have a quick peek up here in the Aleutian Islands. First off, not so much happening on our wonderful Tanaga Island, and no new earthquakes today, and so I don't think we're going to see an eruption there. And let's carry on here and take a look at our next port of a call, and here's another one where there are no more quakes. And I think Aniakchak is not going to erupt either. And let's carry on. Trident still has a chance. We do see 4 little quakes there at Trident, a volcano. And that is interesting. That whole complex, though, is very, very intense and very mixed up. So we'll see. We'll be lurking for the rest of the show, cooking meat for tacos. Have a good and a safe week all. Thank you, Tom. That is excellent. Anyway, not much else happening up there. Did want to report this one here. And C&D boy, did you by chance feel this 4.6? That shook off the northern area of Vancouver Island? I don't know if you would have felt it way down there, but I'm just curious, so all good. That happened yesterday at 19:08 and 10 kilometers down. You did not? Okay, so yeah, 4.6 is what we had there. And not that big, but you know, it's always nice to ask if you might have felt it. We do see here nothing right at Ferndale or Eureka. We do have another little one up offshore Oregon, 2.2, and that happened at 1:55 a.m. 1.7 kilometers down. So that is interesting. And the other one, of course, was from 5:44 a.m. And that is 20.7 kilometers down. They may have felt that in Ferndale, but that is a very small 2.8, so nothing really major. And then there's one inside the California state itself, and kind of makes you wonder. This is Mount Shasta here, So that is right in the mountains, and not too far away from Mount Shasta. Just to kind of give you an idea where that one happened. Anyway, let's not worry about that. We'll carry on going down the coast. Our California residents, just want to mention this one here, not too far away from LA. And actually, hang on, let me put it on the street map area. So, no, hang on, there's the one in LA. There was a couple, a 1.3 and 1.0. I don't think anybody would have noticed those. We are still seeing up here at the Palma Observatory some aftershocks as well, and I found that was kind of interesting. Then off the coast of Mexico, we got a 1.6 there, very small, 3.9 from 1531, 8.5 kilometers down. And moving down a little bit, and we see the Pacific plate pushing up against the Cocos plate, and that was a 4.0, and that is, what is it, Gaidio Island, Revella, Gaidio, or Revella, Gaidio Island. I don't know if I said that right. Mexico area, anyway. So that's there, and then we've got this one down here, Costa Rica area, and that, of course, was a 4.3, quite small. And then we've got one here in Ecuador, 4.5, 6:32 a.m., 176.7 kilometers down. And I'm moving along a little bit further down in Argentina, yep, 4.6. Salta, Argentina, 7:17 a.m., 177.0 kilometers down for that, 4.6. Next one is another 4.6 from yesterday at 1937, 122.1 kilometers down for it. We don't see anything out here in the South Sandwich Island region. And let's go over to New Zealand, nothing there. Kermadec Ridge area, they call it a Fiji there, but I don't know, it's closer to Tonga than a Fiji, but 4.9 from yesterday at 2016, 165.6 kilometers down, and these two are definitely Fiji. 4.3 from what is that, a 3:24 a.m., 546 kilometers down for that one. The other one is a 4.4 from 2357, 554.8 kilometers down. And now we're getting over into, this would be Papua New Guinea, almost in the Solomons. This is over here in the Solomons, but that is Papua New Guinea, and that is a 4.5. That happened yesterday at 2049. And then we get to the big one, and that was reported originally as a 7.3, then they downgraded it to a 7.0. No tsunamis, I already checked that earlier. Mount Shasta is called Oktaku by the First Nations. Okay, Mars 2028. I will call it Mount Shasta, okay? Uitaku. Anyway, that is a big quake. 7.0, 7.3, irrelevant. It's not going to be that much different as far as power is concerned. That is, well, it is quite different when you go to a 7.3 from a 7, but it's still, once you get over that 7 mark, it's way too much. You don't want to be there, put it that way. Next one, we got a 4.4, and that is in Indonesian area, and that was 3:26 a.m., 10.3 kilometers down for that. What was the depth on this? 62.6 kilometers down for that one at 12:04 for that big one. Anyway, we got this one, so let's carry on and take a look at this one. 4.4 in Tamabar area, and that is in Indonesia, and that is from 8:01. Yvonne Kunkel says, I'm going back to sleep. Thanks for another great show, Dr. Fox, mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day / night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you later. Yvonne, have a good sleep, and hugs, and good night, and all that stuff. Next one that we've got right there. Seram Sea in Indonesia, 5:06 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. Then something a little bit bigger, and that might have shaken a few people. Flores Sea, 5.5 kilometers, 5.5 on the scale, 2:40 a.m., and our time, of course, 18.9 kilometers down for that one. And we see one up here on the northern end of the Sumatra area, 4.9, and that was 12:53 is the time for that one, and 29.3 kilometers down for it. And then we have this one, they call it as being in the South China Sea, and I thought, well, that's the East China Sea. I thought the South China Sea was over there a little bit more. But okay, 5.5, 13:32, 601.4 kilometers down for that guy. Lots of shaking going on over there. This one, Hanshu, China. Yesterday's at 22:14, 29.5 kilometers down for that guy. So let's continue on here. And we did report these two here yesterday. There's another one, 4.4 from 1:55 a.m., 10 kilometers down. And I think we had this one and this one yesterday. And then today we get this brand new one. And again, that is on the Arabian microplate. I'm surprised we're not seeing any in Turkey, according to this map. Sorry, I've been doing that all night, swapping the last two letters around. Yvonne Kunkel. And I'm just looking out the window and I'm thinking somebody is messing with the chickens again. I got chicken feathers coming down, but it's actually snowflakes. Makes me wonder. Yeah, and don't worry about Yvonne Kunkel is her name, and just so you have it there, John. It's all good. Just call her Yvonne. That's okay. She don't mind. Just don't call her late for supper. And nothing really major here. We do see a 3.7 and Mana Passage area, and that is what do they actually call that over there? That's Dominican Republic, and there we go. And of course that stack there in because of this fault in here that we have seen, so we know what's causing this. These down here, so that is the pressure on that plate, and that is pretty cool. All right, so let's leave that be. I'm going to go over to the Canary Islands real quick. I did check earlier here during the break, nothing up on the East Azores Ridge. We do see a new one flashing here, 2.8. And that came at 12:30 UTC, 2.8, 13 kilometers down, and that's what we've got there. Then the other ones here was a, let's see, 30 kilometers down for 2.1 there, And I think the other one was over here on our La Palma, and that is interesting. So that's the only quake we've seen there in La Palma, and it's a 2.2. Came in at 11:42 at a depth of 11 kilometers down. So we know it's not compression related or anything like that. And since there is only the one there, I don't think there's anything really major to panic about, and I don't think we're going to see any eruptions in the very near future. And on that note, let's go over to our wonderful SO2 map. I'm going to refresh that because I don't know how old that is now. Oh look, they put snowflakes there all of a sudden. But they got raindrops in here. It's not raining, it's snowing. And it's not 2, it's minus 1 or minus 2. These weather people just can't get it right. What do we do with them? Anyway, looking at what we've got out on our wonderful Kamchatka Peninsula, looks like most of that is drifting to the southern portions. And we know Shivelish was continuing to do its thing, and then of course we had some activity at Ibico, but not that much. And that could even be from Karimsky, not 100% sure, but that is what we've got going on there. We do see a big circulation here, likely some rain happening and cleaning the air. We see Alaska has a fairly heavy concentration of SO2, and then going out into our Alaskan Bay area here. But because of the amount of rain and stuff falling there off the shoreline, that's cleaning the air once again. And looking at most of Canada, looking pretty darn good as far as SO2 is concerned. Even most of the United States, really not that bad. We do have the heavier populated areas around the Great Lakes and so on, so that is pretty normal and looking pretty good for clean air. Till you get down to Mexico, Popocatépetl, Mexico City, all combining up, and we see a kind of a circulation. There must be a low sitting right in here on the inside of the Yucatan Peninsula, and that is kind of pulling everything in there, and that includes the stuff from Central American volcanoes. So that's what we got there. Nevado del Ruiz continuing its activity, and that is getting out into the Pacific as well. And this plume continuing from our stuff from Sabancaya volcano, as well as the industrial stuff in Chile, and that is what we got going on there for right now. Moving over a little bit, and we'll finish the SO2 map, then I'm going to take a break. So White Isle volcano doing this here, and Leo must be having a good barbecue today. We got a lot more SO2 happening. And of course, that would be the refineries causing that. And then this looks like it's drifting inward because of the circulation from the coking plants there north of Sydney. And Tofua out in Tonga continuing to do its thing. And most of what's coming from Yasur is being pulled out and kind of concentrated in this area. And then Aoba and Gawa are continuing to do their thing in northern portions of Vanuatu. Papua New Guinea looking pretty normal. This one from Luolatok doing its thing. This area here would be from Semeru. This would be from our wonderful Merapi, and of course we got combined efforts from Jakarta as well as Krakatau here. Not so much coming from Sumatra for either a set of volcanoes. Sinabung maybe a little bit more than Merapi and Kerinci. And Ibu and Dakono still working away, and not so bad from Mayon and Bulasan. We can see the plume is heavier out here. We have a all here adding to it, of course, so, and that mostly is from people pollution. And looking at what we've got in Taiwan, pretty normal for those guys. Sliding down here looking for Suwanoshijima's signals, and not that much. Most of this here will be coming from a couple of sources, Sakurajima being one of them, and the other one, of course, is ASO up here. So between the two, they're making a lot of this. And then going up here where Tokyo is, we see the heavier plume in the back area, and it is actually getting spread out pretty good, and that is Sama creating that mess. And this, of course, is coming down from the Kamchatka Peninsula. Pretty normal stuff from China. India looking a little heavier today, and I thought it maybe clear up a little bit with what's coming out of the rainy stuff there that they had yesterday. Very heavy stuff from our gold smelting plants there, and DR Congo area, still the two wonderful volcanoes continuing to do their thing. Erta Ale right in here doing its thing, and then of course the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq and Iran doing their thing. We even have a bit of a plume around Cairo right now doing its stuff. And not so much from Etna, but we do see it. So a combination of Etna, Stromboli, and Volcano creating that plume. This plume here coming down in through Germany and into Holland and Belgium and that is that plume that came from over here. So that has not yet dissipated, and hopefully it will get washed out of the air soon. Anyway, that is our SO2 report for right now. Next will be our wonderful weather report. We'll do that after the break though. And I am going to go take a break, so please hang in there. We'll put you back on some lava, and hopefully that is enough lava to keep this stream running. I might back that up just a little bit. There we go. And on that friendly note, don't go away. Thursday is looking like it's going to be a grand day this coming week. Excellent. Hanging dock. What? You're gonna hang me? Don't hang me. Oh, you're gonna hang in there. All right, cool. All right, I really do appreciate it, and stick around, you guys. So the weather report will come after the break. And for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, do consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you are not a president of some country or some other funky thing like that. And on that note, I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thanks to everyone for sticking around. We're going to run through our weather now. So, all cool. Thank you, John, for the welcome back. And I guess I'm being flown to Oklahoma for Mexican food, I think. That'll be cool. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I'm from Sharon Stewart, and awesome. I still wonder what her voice sounds like. I know what Sue sounds like, but thanks, Susie. And I, of course, spoke with Sue on the phone before, so it's not so bad that way. But, you know, she's got that British accent and everything, and it's light, though. Easy to understand, which is really nice. She does have a good voice, but I'm curious, Sharon, what your voice sounds like. I really am now. Thanks, Mars 2028. It's coming. I have a California/Kansas accent. Oh. I didn't realize Californians have a different accent than soon, not immediately. Okay, well, that will be awesome to be able to hear some of that. And it'll be cool. Broad Yorkshire Sethi. There we go. That'll be interesting. And it's I always find accents really kind of fascinating, and being able to distinguish between some of them is quite unique. Anyway, let's get over, let's stop this lava mess, and we will get over to our weather map before it expires and changes on me. Anyway, looking at what we've got, so looks like a little bit warmer today for most of Alaska. Not quite so warm for the Yukon and Northwest Territories. And of course, none of it is, well, we don't want none of it. British Columbia looks fair, and we see some temperatures up to 6 degrees in the interior there, really nice. And looking at Vancouver, and that is coming in at about 6 as well. Over at Bob's place on the rock, he's somewhere over about 4 or 5 degrees, so not that bad. Kamloops coming in at 3, and that is cool. And Edmonton, of course, they're saying 2. I hate to tell them, it's just a tad bit cooler than that. 3 in Calgary. And of course, Kananaska's country comes from a swift current, minus 7 degrees Celsius there. He's not here today, though. Or I haven't, well, I think he was in and out, maybe. Winnipeg, 1 degree, and Judy M's place coming in between -1 and -3. We do see a low circulating there right at the border of Manitoba and on northern Ontario. That low, of course, pulling up some of that warmer air, and places like Chicago up to 9 degrees, even over here where Henry Nelson is somewhere around 9 as well. Toronto coming in at about 0, London hitting at 0, and 5 in Detroit, and we see a -1 in Montreal, a -5 in Quebec City, and quite cold there in New Brunswick, and we see anywhere from 12 down to those other wonderful on-shore stuff down on the bottom here, 1 degree, and looking at about 0 in Halifax, and our wonderful Cole Harbor, which I don't know if we can find it without looking for it. I can't remember where it is. I know it's here somewhere. It'd probably be somewhere around 0 as well. Anyway, that is okay. We hope that our wonderful Sue is having a good trip getting over there. And looking at the other end of Nova Scotia, we see a -5, -6 there. Not so good. And looking at Newfoundland, we see that low up here and the tip of Quebec and Labrador, and it's circulating. That's that storm system, and it's pulling up some warm air, but it's also pulling the cold stuff in from Quebec City, or from sorry, not Quebec City, from the province of Quebec. And we do see out here on the Avalon Peninsula 2 degrees, whereas the inside of Newfoundland is down to about -5. So that's kind of what we're seeing there, but that low should be pulling up some of that warmer air. We do see that cold stuff still sitting in there, and if it wasn't for that high sitting there in Ontario, things would get a lot, or it's actually sitting in New York, sorry. And hopefully that'll move out and allow some of that other warmer weather to migrate northward. Let's go over to the other side of the continent, and there's 5 degrees in Portland. We've got about, what is it, 12 degrees there in San Jose. LA coming in at about 17. Death Valley somewhere around 29, 30 degrees in Death Valley. Las Vegas coming in at 25 right now. That is crazy. Mexicali is up to 29. Phoenix, Arizona 27. Tucson 26. Albuquerque, New Mexico even at 22. Wow, look at this heat wave going up here. And we see some really awesome temperatures up to 38 degrees there in our wonderful Mexican area, and 31 there in San Antonio. We got about 27 in Houston. Austin 26, Dallas is 23, and Oklahoma City coming in at about 22. And we see that's a little bit of a cold place just before, but all the way up to Wichita, they're getting 25 degrees Celsius. So definitely some warmth in the Midwest, and that is really nice to see for a change. We are seeing about 24 there in New Orleans. Miami coming in at 25, seeing 23 in Jacksonville. Looks like about 18 in Atlanta. Charlotte, North Carolina's 16. Grandma Bees is at 15 there in Raleigh, and that'll be about I don't know, what's that, 50 is 59, just about 60 degrees. And let's see, about 11 degrees there in Virginia Beach. Philadelphia at 7, New York 7, Boston at 3 or 4. So that's what we've got going on there. And looking at what we've got in Cancun, nice place if you want to go for a vacation at 26 degrees. Mexico City is 23 right now. Acapulco coming in at about 29. And Mazatlan coming in at about 24 as well. And looks like the heat is starting to really push into Mexico, and we are seeing lots of places that are 32, 33 degrees, and that is really good. And we see some high temperatures in here, 39, 40 degrees in southern Mexico and the lower lands, not up on the plateau where Mexico City is, but yeah, 40 degrees. That is pretty awesome. Yucatan Peninsula, where that low is sitting, we do see about 33, 34. That's pretty awesome as well. Wow. Things are warming up there, and that is good stuff. And looking at What we see in Colombia, anywhere from 30 to about, well, 28 on the right on the coastline, up to about 34 in the basic interior area here, maybe 33. There's a couple 34s in there. And in the rest of it, we see about 25 degrees for the most part. Average, I'd say, is 25 or 26. Venezuela, a lot hotter, sitting at somewhere around 30 to 33 degrees Celsius. Boa Vista over here coming in at 30 in Brazil, northern end. And the rest of Brazil, for the most part, looking like about 23 to about 27 degrees, depending on where you go. Not so warm there in Rio de Janeiro. They've got that low down here pumping up that cold air, and the high is bringing that right into them. So not so good. Sao Paulo 16, Rio de Janeiro 21, 22. And looking at what we've got in Paraguay, 27 up in the top, 20 on the bottom end. Argentina looks like 25, 26 on the top end, and gets all the way down to somewhere around 10, 11 on the bottom end, so not so good there. 19 in Buenos Aires, and Paysandú coming in at about 21 degrees right now. So that is pretty good. We do see the Chilean coast being hit with a warmer air, so that is likely going to end up causing more precipitation for them. Quick peek over here in New Zealand, and yep, they're still not that warm. Looks pretty darn chilly there. 13, 14 degrees on the South Island. Higher elevations on the west side, down to 4 degrees in some places. Christchurch only 13 right now. We're seeing 14 in Wellington. North Island looks a little bit better. Hastings coming in at 18. Taupo was about 15 right now. That's not so bad. Hamilton there at 18, and 18 in Auckland. Bay of Plenty sitting at about 18, 19 degrees as well. Tasmania still not looking that warm. 15 in Hobart. That is not so bad, but looks like they are still quite cold compared to what we've seen in the past. Looks like about 14 degrees in Melbourne today. That's not so warm. We see 18 in Adelaide. Over here in Sydney, it's only about 20. And there's that nice warm temperature. Oz has picked the right place to live at 24 degrees. But we see a circulation here that could indicate some rain coming for them. Quick peek at Perth coming in at 18, and we see up to about 32 degrees there in the outback. Nothing much warmer. Quick peek at Fiji 28, 29, New Caledonia 27 to 28, 28 to 29 in Vanuatu, and looks a little cooler there today in Papua New Guinea compared to yesterday. Same, mind you, it's still early in the day, so give it time to warm up. Same thing with eastern Indonesia. Same goes for down here on Java, anywhere from about 20 to 24, 25 degrees. And the same thing going for these other places here on Sumatra. Bangkok coming in at about 26, 27, and we've got about, 30 degrees in Manila, and going up, looking at Kagoshima real quick, 18 degrees there. Looks like the Sea of Japan is getting some cold air pushed in there from that high circulation, causing some cold. Anyway, 13 over there in Tokyo. Sapporo only 5 degrees again today. And Kamchatka Peninsula, we are seeing temperatures on the coastal area up to about 7 or 9 degrees in some spots, but minus temperatures, minus 1, 2, 3 on the western side. A quick peek at Sri Lanka, pretty normal. Delhi coming in at 19 right now. And looks like Sri Lanka is actually a little bit cooler right now. And that's okay though, 25, 24, 23, that's still okay. Let's see, why are you off topic, Bob? You should be talking good stuff and not food. Huh, this isn't a food stream. I wish it was sometimes. Yummy. Send me food. Pretty normal in Madagascar for this time of day. 17 in Cape Town. Pretty normal looking. Central portions of our wonderful Africa looking pretty normal. A little cooler in what we see over here in Ethiopia than what we had yesterday, so that's kind of interesting. And we are seeing the Sahara Desert western side keeping hot. Cairo coming in at about 14, 15 right now. We still see that cold up here in Tunisia and Algeria and in Morocco. Hasn't gone away yet. UAE still not that warm either. We do see some warmer temperatures down south though in Oman, and looks like Saudi Arabia is a little cooler as well, with the exceptions of the coast. We've got Baghdad coming in at about 12 degrees. Adana coming in about 12 as well. Looks like eastern Turkey has warmed way up. Most of it is now in the plus temperatures. And we see that warmer flow going back up to the north. We see the the low here. So Piggy's Place, probably about 16, 17 degrees right now. That's not so bad. And sliding over, or taking a look real quick at Athens, we've got 14. And let's see what we got at Randanzo, about 4 degrees, 5 degrees, somewhere in that area. So not so bad for those guys. And Naples coming in at about 13 or 14. Rome sitting at 12. And Milano at 13. That is pretty good. We see some colder air again into Spain. But the bottom end of Spain, like Seville, is 16. Madrid getting to 9 today. And we got Lisbon at 13. Aurelio's Place at 5 degrees. He's not going to be happy with that. Looks like below freezing temperatures in the mountains there. Nantes, where Tanto is from, is 6. Paris coming in at 7. Munich is only 1 degree. And we've got 2 degrees in Frankfurt. We got 3 in Cologne. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 3 degrees. Belgium, we got 2 in Brussels. OFU Lux there, 1 degree in Luxembourg. Hermians temperature, while Amsterdam is anywhere from 4 to 5 degrees, 2 in some spots, but not so bad. And Berlin 0, Hamburg 0, and looking at Copenhagen at 3 degrees, 2 in Aarhus, coming in at -2 in Oslo, -4 in Stockholm, -3 there in St. Petersburg, +6 in Moscow. Everything is melting. Coming in at 3 in London. It looks like Wales maybe slightly warmer out to the west side. Leeds 2 degrees. Glasgow 5. Aberdeen 4. Dublin coming in at about 6. And I'd say it's about 6 or so degrees over there for Irish Monk as well. sliding up. We see that warmer air is hitting Iceland, and that is probably doing a wonderful job for Reykjavik, sitting at around 4 degrees. So pretty awesome. That is our temperatures for around the world. And let's leave it there. We're going to go to precipitation. I just want to have a quick look at the storm here. So yeah, that storm did move up. So if Sue is traveling, she is no longer in that stormy weather, and that is nice to see that storm has moved up and away. So that is much better, and I feel a little bit better with her traveling. So all right, I'm gonna go take a break, you guys, and we will do our thing. Nancy Buchanan says, hello, Dr. Fox. It's 6 degrees here in Michigan. I hope it's too cold to spawn any more tornadoes. I certainly would think that it's not going to be able to. You need definitely some different sources. Michigan. I'm just trying to figure out where exactly you are there. Grand Rapids, is that, well, that whole area in here. If we go back to the temperature map, we do see, you know, the temperatures. Usually to spawn a tornado, you need 3 different sources of I'm in a tornado alley. Yeah, Susie, we understand that. Indiana got slammed last night. Oh boy. Yeah, that is, yeah, when you have those different temperature ranges in there, that's what causes it. You know, you've got some higher heat, you've got colder wind, but right now it looks like most of that wind is coming from the same direction, so likely no longer going to see any more tornadoes. Everything is coming from the south, heading north. It's when you have the different directions of the winds that you have to worry about. Right now, I'd be more concerned in this area, in Iowa, where you've got some different directions of winds. You got the push from the south up to the north, and then you've got the cold air blasting in here. That is 2 sources already, so hopefully that won't kill anybody there. We don't want that. Anyway, for right now, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. I need to do that, otherwise I'm going to lose my voice. And we will come back after the break with the precipitation, and then we'll take a look at the cold weather. I grew up in Tornado Alley, the North Branch, Dodge City, Kansas. Oh boy, yep, tornadoes, not good, bad stuff. All right, don't go away. We'll finish it off with our wonderful precipitation and stuff. I'm just very happy to see that we aren't seeing any more storms in those areas. We do have better weather and not the very high storm rates that are going along. There's a song from the Music Man about Gary, Indiana. Oh, I didn't know that. Anyway, speaking of music, if you haven't hit that like button yet, please consider that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider that too. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. I will be back soon. And I am back. Mars 2028, I heard that noise. That must have been something I recorded on the video, and I did hear it. It sounded like really weird stuff. Anyway, Nancy Buchanan, I'm sorry that you ended up breaking your other foot. I remember when you broke the first one, and then you got the other one too, and that is sad. Hope everything is healed up and that you are good now. And also, well, we remember about your dog there. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for the welcome backs, Nancy. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And that is awesome. And anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful stuff there. Let's see. Thanks, Mars 2028. Let's get back over to our precipitation map, and we want to stop the lovely lava. We'll stop that lava right about there. Okay, and we will get over there. Where is it? Precipitation. And there we go. So looking at what we've got, we see some weird stuff, snow patches throughout Alaska, and some up here in the Yukon, as well as Northwest Territories, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and northern portions of Ontario around the Great Lakes. Looks like that low sitting around Winnipeg is giving them a lot more snow. And Lake Superior has got some lake effect snow happening there. But we do see it's clear on the other side. So Lake Ontario area, Montreal, Quebec, and those areas are now out of the precipitation. So that is really nice to see. The big storm has moved off into Labrador and edges of Newfoundland. That's not so bad. Looking at the United States, looks like Washington and Oregon and Northern California are getting some mixed weather there, and Northern Nevada also, and some up in northern portions of possibly Utah, and not so much in Wyoming. But we do see this mess in just north of Dallas, heading towards Oklahoma City, possibly Arkansas, Little Rock, and those areas. Hopefully they're not going to get too much. And they've got those they've got two of the three directions of a wind to create tornadoes. They've got a westerly flow, they've got a southerly flow. Let's hope that they don't get any tornadoes there. And of course, we do see the other colder air coming down and hitting somewhere around just north of Kansas. So that potential area, if this system moves up here and meets that system, that could definitely create some more tornadoes. Let's hope and keep our fingers crossed that we don't see anything come out of that. We do have a few showers there in Florida, nothing major, and we do see some stuff in central Mexico as well, nothing too large. And Cornwall, surf, and hey, he's back. Storm Chaser, how are you doing? Yeah, hope you're hope you're grounded. Thanks, Sandy. Anyway, looking at Brazil and Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and those areas getting rain, and that is to be expected as the wonderful rain area. Anyway, that's what we're seeing. And we do see some down here around Buenos Aires, but Paysandú I don't think is getting any. No, but we definitely see that down here, and they are getting some heavier rain. So hopefully they'll be okay with that. A southern end of Chile, definitely some rain there. New Zealand, not too bad. We do see some rain on the east side here, north of Christchurch, south of Christchurch by a little bit, and then it looks like Wellington area is getting some rain. there, and the Davis Strait area looks like maybe a little bit in there as well. So definitely some, what is it, Palmerston north is definitely getting some rain. And not too bad on the rest of the northern portions of the island. We do see this nasty stuff off in the north and east of New Zealand, but I don't think that's going to head back towards them. We see a high sitting out here that's probably helping a little, or maybe hindrance, I don't know. A little bit of rain on the coastal areas of Tasmania, nothing in the bottom end of Australia. We see from about Sydney on up, not quite all the way up to Brisbane, along the coastal areas, and we do see some rain, possibly going to get into Brisbane as well. We'll see what happens in the future there. And a few spots in the outback, nothing to really talk about. Looks like Fiji is dry. Vanuatu is not bad. A little bit of rain in New Caledonia, and we see the Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia definitely getting some rain. Well, most of Indonesia going to get some rain from the looks of things, and not so bad for the Philippines right now. Looks like Thailand is okay. Looks like it could be windy there in Taiwan. Hong Kong still getting some rain over there. And we've got some storm systems out in the Pacific. I'm not sure where that's going to end up going, if that's going to move south. Hopefully not, and hopefully it'll just die out. Most of Japan looks dry. Kamchatka Peninsula, northern end, getting a little bit more moisture there in the form of snow. Looks like a southern end of India has got some isolated spots, nothing in Sri Lanka. And seeing some rain in Madagascar, southern Africa, South Africa's got some, and then central regions of Africa, including Ethiopia, has got some more rain showers happening, and that is okay. And then some rain in Yemen here, and a little bit in Oman. Nothing much in UAE or Saudi Arabia or Iraq. A little bit in Iran. Nothing major. And looks like Turkey, northern half of Turkey getting rained on. Northern or central portions of Greece are getting rain. No rain for Piggy. And there we go. Thanks, Docs, for having your stream with members. And thank you very kindly for renewing your membership, Nancy. Appreciate that. 13 months. That is awesome. Looks like we've got some rain in Sicily, and then, of course, the foot portion of Italy getting nailed pretty heavy there. Maybe a little bit of rain there in Naples. Rome is looking dry. Milano looks dry. We do see Sardinia is getting some rain. Most of Spain is okay up here in the mountains. A little bit of rain, but nothing crazy. And most of France looks pretty good too. Some smaller showers on the interior, but nothing really major. And the Alps definitely looks like the Switzerland is definitely getting some, and most of the other portions of the Alps here are getting nailed with rain. Germany, nothing. Looks like Brussels, Belgium, nothing. Nothing in Denmark, or nothing in Holland. So they're doing all right. It looks like most of Ireland, Wales, England, and Scotland are rain-free. And it looks like very little precipitation in Finland, Norway, or Sweden. So that is awesome. And we do still see some snow and rain in Iceland. Not a surprise, and it's hitting the southern coastline. So to be expected. Claire Shipman, welcome. I got refused. Who got what? Are we alive? This is the recording. No, you are live. This is definitely live, Claire. Why did you get refused? I don't understand why you would have got refused. Who refused you? Doc records all of his streams so people can watch them after. Yeah, but no, right now it is live. And we are still doing our live thing. Once it becomes a recording, you no longer get to chat in the chat box that you're in now, Claire. And then the only messages, once the messages are going down below in the regular video messages, that's when the stream is no longer live. If it's live, you'll see the chat box open, and the hint is when you look at the top of the chat box, it'll say a top chat or live chat. If it says a top chat, a replay, or live chat replay, that means the show is over. But we're just about at the end of the show, though. The only thing left is to find the coldest temperatures on the planet real quick. And as we hunt for them, we typically have a Sue here to help us out. And we'll see how I do with challenging some of the others. Anyway, I see a 60 minus a 62 down there already in Antarctica, and that is a pretty cold. Minus a 62, but let's see if we can find a minus a 63 real quick. And it all depends on how they have things set. So I see C&D Boy has got his at a minus a 60, and Sharon Stewart at minus a 63. Brr. Sharon Stewart, I gotta beat that? Huh. That's tough cookies. Minus a 60. I got a minus 62 so far, so 68, 69, and let's see what we can find. 68, 69, 61, 59, 61, right there. Let's zoom in on that for a second. Minus a 61, and see if we see anything colder there. And I'm only seeing about a minus a 61 there, but we know there was another spot over here where we had minus a 62 already. So where'd that go now? Minus a 50, 62 right there. Let's zoom in on that and just double check that area. Minus a 62, and yeah, I think that is all I'm seeing there. Minus a 62, and that is not so good for me. So minus a 62 for right now, and that is very good. And let's see what else we got. Minus a 62 there. Let's take a look at Greenland and see what we can find there. Minus a 46. I see a minus a 46 right there. So that is pretty chilly. But I don't know if I can find a minus a 47. Minus a 46. That's all I got there right now, minus a 46. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to live with a minus of 46 because I don't see anything colder in that area. So a minus of 46 it is. Yep, a minus of 46. We'll go with that. Let's try the Canadian Arctic and see what we can find. Minus 37, minus 38 already right there. Minus 39 right there. And let's see, do we have a minus 40? We got minus 39. Do we have a minus 40? Minus 39 so far. And 37, nope, that ain't gonna work. 36, 36. Let's check some of these cold traps here. Minus 40. And there we go. Minus 40. Up in the Canadian north. So we got minus 40 right there. And let's see. Oh, a minus 41. There we go. A minus 41 on the screen. And there we go. Minus 41 degrees there. And that is pretty chilly. Let's see if we can find a minus 42. No. No, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 41. And, yep, a minus 41 degrees. And let's see, is there any other colder places? What about here? Did we check? No. 38. Nope, nope, nope. A minus 37. I don't think we're going to find anything colder than a minus 41 degrees right now. There's a spot here which is really cold, but we have to take a look and see. There's a minus 38. I think there's a minus 39 in there as well, but we'll take that minus 41 that we had and live with it. So I'm going to call it minus 41 degrees for there. And now comes for Siberia. Plenty for Doc to play. Playing so good. Oh yeah, sure. Minus 41. And what do I got to hit there for Siberia? We need to find something really cold in Siberia to roast everybody, right? Or is that freeze everyone? Okay, we found minus 36 there already. So minus 36 on the screen. Let's see if we can find something a little colder. What is this guy here? Minus 36. Do we have a minus 37 in there? No, it looks like a minus 36 is all we get up there. And let's go back down and look at this other spot. Minus 35, 34. So I think a minus 36 is going to be our cold place for today in Russia. And I don't see anything colder. So yep, minus 36. Let's leave it as that, and we'll do that. Minus 36 degrees in Russia. So I found minus 41 Celsius. Okay, so how'd I do against you, Sharon? I think your temperatures, I think you beat me in Siberia by 1 degree. And I don't know what about what you did there in Greenland. Antarctic or the Arctic. Oh, there's, okay, the Sharon stuff. So we tied in Greenland. I found... I whooped you by 3 degrees there in the Canadian Arctic. and we tied in Siberia. Okay, there we go. And how did Bob do? Bob retracted something. He's hiding. What's the matter, Bob? Did you get whooped? Oh, that is a valiant effort, though, Sharon. You did very well for the first time around doing that. And Bob bombed it. I got whooped. Yeah. Okay. Cool, Doc. 3 degrees. You win by. Yep. All right. Yeah. That looks that way. So, all good. He's not a practiced Doc. Yeah. I'm sure that they haven't. So, somebody found a minus. What'd you find? A minus 23 in Alaska. Let's see how quick we can find the coldest place in Alaska. Looks like Alaska is not very cold at all. What do we got here? Minus 18. Are we talking? You better be talking Celsius there as well. What about there? There's a minus 23. We found that minus 23 right there. So, yeah, up in the mountains. That's okay. All right. Right there, Bob. See where I'm at? Right there in the mountains. Minus 23 degrees Celsius. And you can see it's right there. A whole spot of it. And that'll help you out. Yeah, look at the colors. You'll figure it out real quick. Anyway, let's leave it as that. And that is all good. And we'll leave the special animal feeding thing out there for now. And that's all good. I mean, that's something Sue does, and we appreciate that. So I'm going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to say thank you, everyone, for being here. You guys are awesome. And I want to say a big, big thank you to all of you, first off, all the members, and all of the lavaliers, everyone, any part of the lava family. You guys are all great. She did not give you the keys to the plane? Oh, that's okay. I'm sure that we can handle that, and we'll go feed them later. It's all good. It's all good. No panic. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up the stream. I got to feed me is what the big thing is. And now I'm very, very hungry. So big thank you to all of you, as I said. And I want to say, on my way to feed the critters, a C&D boy, thank you. That's a valiant effort. And thank you, Nancy. And I want to say a big thank you to our gifters, which were Grandma B, of course, and Kevin Haynes. And then our super chatters, which were Kate and Cookster and Maria. Thank you guys for your wonderful support. Thank every one of you for your support for the channel and for the stream. You guys are awesome. And of course, we ran way longer than I wanted to today again. And we're over that 5-hour mark of being on the air. And of course, half hour was a pre-show, but still 4.5 hours is about 2 hours longer than the stream is supposed to be. Anyway, be good, be kind, and take care of yourself. Hey, Bob, you forgot the deers and the what is it? The bison, I think. No, hang on. Some of them. You'll have to go do another trip. Great to see you all. Bon voyage, Mars. Mars, take care, safe travels, and watch it when you get to the max Q there. And on that friendly note, it's time to do our things here. So be good, be kind, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. And of course, today is Sunday, tomorrow is Monday, and tomorrow, of course, we are back to regular stream hours, and hopefully that will work for all of you. And take care for now. Be good, be kind, and please, please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone, and oink oink!